Like the Tasmanian Tiger one, 100%. Since the last tutorial that was made, which I think was made by Coral Killer, there have been 2 new routes. The game has moved from non-ground swimming patch to the ground swimming patch, as well as us using the Doomerang to abuse certain strats. And no tutorial has been made for basically any of the ground swim strats unless they exist in other categories. So yeah, we need a tutorial, and that's why I'm here. And we're going to go over everything from setup to basic tech to level routing. So what is 100%? This is important because 100% is a really weird category. 100% is not collecting everything. And this is where a lot of people get tripped up when they first join the community, because max percent and 100% are 2 separate categories that are not the same thing. So max percent is where you collect absolutely everything across the entire run, across the entire game. You collect everything in the game. 100% you don't have to. 100% the goal is just to get the 100% completion to show up on your game file, on your save file. That does not require getting the techno ranks, rainbow scales, and the picture frames. So all we need to get is all of the thunder eggs and all of the cogs and all of the talismans. That's it. You might think, hey, we need to get all the opals. I mean, yes, we do, but if you get all of the opals, that gives you a thunder egg. And the same with the bilbies. So yeah, really, you just need to get all of the thunder eggs and cogs and talismans from beating the bosses. So let's get into the setup, because the setup is where people start to get confused. There's a fair bit to do. All right, let's move to other screen. Hello, welcome to my desktop. Sig. This is speedrun.com. This is your place to get all your resources. There's a resources thing here. If you click on this, we have collectibles maps. These are super useful. This here has all of the collectibles put onto all of the level maps. You can see all of the collectibles across the entire map, including all of the opals. So if you ever want to do some routing, or you are confused as to where something is, you can use these. Feel free. Okay, let's get to the really important stuff to install, the stuff that matters. Back on resources, the first thing you should really get is Key to Joy. Key to Joy is going to help us with a certain trick in one of the later levels. We'll talk about it a bit later, but right now I strongly recommend that you set up Key to Joy. So the way we're going to do it, just click on your link, go to this link. GitHub is confusing, but to make it easy, make it full screen. If you scroll down any GitHub page, you're just looking for this releases thing on the side. Just click on the most recent release. You scroll down to assets. It's down here. It's this first zip file here. So we're just going to click that and it will start downloading it. Cool. So we've got Key to Joy going. All right, let's go on to the next bit. Resources. We're also going to need... What are we going to need? We are going to need the 100% practice mod, which is down here at the bottom under patches. So if you click this and go through to it, then you have 3 files in here. The README explains how to install it, but I'm going to go over that in a minute, so don't worry about that. The patchpc.rkv you do need, so we're going to install that. We're going to click the dots and download. And then you also need... You don't need the magnet patch, but it seems that we are going to be moving towards magnet patch. So we're going to download that as well. And now we have those 3 things going. That's basically everything we need for now. It'll look like this. This is what you have downloaded. You'll have these 3 things here. These are the 3 things we need. Ignore this stuff. That's other stuff. So these 3 things. Let's start by setting up Key to Joy. We're just going to right click it and extract all. Extract. Cool. Key to Joy. First thing we need to do is scroll down till you see Key to Joy. This here, Key to Joy application, should be type application. You do not want keytojoy.cmd. This is a different version. You do not want this one. We're going to click on this. It's gonna give you warnings, but run it anyway. We're fine. And you'll get something like this. I've set up some stuff already, so you won't see this. You'll see a ton of values here. So what you're going to do, I'm going to go through it again. We're just going to highlight all of them and delete them all. Boom, deleted. Cool. We're going to make a new mapping. We're going to set the start trigger to be a keyboard event. This can be a keyboard event. It can be a mouse event. We'll talk more about this in the future, but you're either going to set it to X, 2 is another good option, or a mouse button that's easy for you to press. So I'm going to set it to a mouse button. So instead, we're going to move to mouse button event and set it to my extra mouse button. Have it on press. And then that is going to activate the gamepad left stick up. Save the mapping. We're going to make a new mapping. It's going to do exactly the same thing. So mouse button event, same mouse button, but we're going to set this to release. And then we're going to do the same here. Gamepad, left stick up. And then we're going to set this to release. Save mapping. Cool. This is the only one you really need. There's another button that we use for cutscene skips, but I'm not going to teach that across this tutorial, and it's not that useful in 100%. So these are the only 2 inputs that you really need. You should also create a mapping for aborting the Key to Joy stuff. So it will be a keyboard event. Set it to something you're not going to press throughout the entire run. So I'm going to set it to like the divide symbol on numpad because I never press that. And this is going to do an app command and it's going to abort. What this means is that if we have key to joy enabled and we press divide, it'll just stop it. I do want to add something onto the end. Key to joy uses something called SCPV bus. It's a driver. Don't worry about it too much. It just helps your USB devices communicate with each other and lets the computer emulate a controller input device. Don't worry. But this driver, if it's uninstalled incorrectly, can cause crashes for Windows. So you want to avoid that. The only thing you need to know is don't uninstall SCPV bus from Device Manager. You would have no reason to do that anyway. But yeah, you can find uninstall tools that can do it, but just don't do it. Like, no one is ever going to do it anyway. Don't worry. You can delete key to joy. You can remove this entire folder. You can delete it. You can get rid of it from your computer without causing any issues. Don't worry about that. It's just the driver that can't be uninstalled through Device Manager. So no one is going to do that. If you do, that's on you. Don't blame me. Cool. Moving on. This is your entire key to joy setup. That's all you need. We're going to put that aside for now. So let's just close this. It will go down to my system tray down here. So it's here. So I can still like show it. But yeah, I'm just going to close it. Next, we're going to sort out this patchpc.rkv. You are going to need to go to your TIE folder. So to get to your TIE folder, you go to Steam, go to our library. You scroll down to TIE, where it is. And then when you find TIE, that's not it. That's it. You're going to right click it, manage, browse local files, and it will bring up your Tasmanian Tiger folder. It might look something like this. I'm going to move to a different folder in a minute, but that is the easiest way to get to this folder. Yeah, so we're going to be messing around in this folder. I have a copy of it made so I can show you what you would do. So let's close that and we'll go into my copy folder. And this is vaguely what it would look like. You probably wouldn't have this PC external. That's just for a skin that I use. First thing we need to do to install practice mod is we are going to go back to our common folder. You'll see all of your Steam games in here. And we're just going to duplicate this. So we can just Control C and then Control V the folder and we'll get a copy. And then we wait for that to finish. And once it's finished, we're going to rename this. I'm just going to rename it to 100%. I don't think it likes percent, but we'll try. Practice mod. Oh, it does. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to get my downloads folder up and we're going to drag patchpc.rkv into this folder. Boom, done. That's it. Now, when you launch TIE from here, it will automatically launch the practice mod. Now we are going to install Magnet Patch. You don't need to if you don't want to run Magnet Patch, but again, we are going to be moving towards running Magnet Patch. For now, again, copy your original TIE folder and paste it. And then you're going to rename this to Magnet Patch. And then in there, we're just going to delete tie.exe, which is this thing with the icon, the application. Delete that. And then we're going to go into here. Please stop. It's not a threat. I know it's not a threat because I made it. This is proof that it's not a threat, all right? You see me do it. Cool. Not a threat. Open it. Sick. We get Magnet Patch, and in here is just an exe, tie.exe. We just move it across. And boom. Done. That's it. That's the whole thing. We're set up. Now we have our 3 different versions. I'm going to launch the 100% practice mod, and we're going to work through some practice stuff. But yes, this is the setup that you should have, and this is everything you need to run 100%. One last thing I will talk about before we go into this is the auto splitter and setting it up for 100% because it's a little bit finicky. So we're just going to open Live Split. If you don't have Live Split installed and you're completely new to speedrunning, go install Live Split. You're probably gonna need it. So this is completely blank layout. We're just gonna edit splits, and in here we'll type the name of the game, which is TIE the Tasmanian Tiger. Boom, and it should show up. And then boom, we get this thing here which says Tasmanian Tiger 1 auto splitter and load remover by me and Ribbon, and it should be activated by default. If it's not, activate it. And you're gonna move to 100%. Why is low percent there? What the hell is low percent? There we go. We're gonna move to 100%. And then if you click settings, we can mess with these. Now there are splits set up for if you want it to split on every single like Thunder Egg, but you probably don't, so just leave them. So instead, what we need to do is turn this split early any percent final load off and turn this split on 100% completion on. And that is everything. You can mess around with other stuff in here if you want, but that should be all you need. If you are not doing Doom Route, we'll talk about that again soon. If you're not doing Doom Route and you are finishing on Final Battle, then keep this one on. You want to keep the top one on here. Otherwise, you want this one on. In fact, I don't think it matters that much, but still, I would keep this one on for Doom route. Cool. It might be named something else by the time this goes out, because I think this is broken at the moment, but yeah. Alright, onwards. Let's open the practice mod and talk about settings. If we go into extras and you go into options, we have a bunch of options. The sound options, fairly straightforward. Music and sound effects for 100%, and for all speedrunning, you need sound effects on. Music is optional. It helps to have it on for us verifiers, but don't worry about it too much. You can leave it off. Sound effects, please keep on. Subtitles doesn't matter. We will get to the screen and control settings in a second. Let's get into a practice game. You start a new game. And once we're in, you will see that there is a big portal exactly where you spawn called Practice World. And you're gonna want to go into that. We're gonna go into the Practice World. And you'll be greeted with this lovely level, which is made to help you practice 100%. So let's talk settings, because settings are important. Magnets are a big part of 100%. So much so that we have made a patch that fixes the RNG because they are a pain. But we can really abuse magnets to help out with opal collection. This is also useful in all opals and in max percent. So we need to get as many baskets which spawn magnets as possible. And to do this, we want to be on low draw distance. For some reason, if you go on mid or high draw distance, I'm not sure we have a good understanding of why, but certain baskets just do not spawn or don't spawn at the right times. So you really want this on low. When you first launch the game for the first time, this will probably be what your settings are on. The easiest way to get set up is to just tap right twice on the detail level to get to low, and then tap left once to get to custom. So now everything is low or off. And then under shadows, just tap left once to turn it off. So now we have shadows off because shadows are annoying and lag the game. We have everything else off because it is annoying and lags the game. And our draw distance is on low, so we get the nice magnet spawns. Or basket spawns rather, not the magnets. Cool, under controls, there's a lot to go over here. You are going to want to turn Rang Wheel off. The main reason for this is the interact button, which skips cutscenes, and the button that brings the Rang Wheel up are the same button. If it's on and you try to go into a cutscene and you press the action button slightly too early, then you are going to immediately go into the Rang Wheel and you have lost time. So you really want to avoid that. We can manage our rangs much quicker just by flipping through them left and right. So we're going to keep that off. And then under keyboard and mouse, we're going to go into configuration, mouse sensitivity. You can do whatever you want with that. There is one button that is bound by default, ties you to middle mouse button. This needs to change. Middle mouse button, unless you are super comfortable with it, is a horrible button for ties you. I strongly recommend that you switch this to either F or tab. I personally like it on tab. Some people like it on F. Everything else, just do whatever's comfortable for you. But keep in mind that previous Rang and next Rang are going to be used a lot. We're going to use Q and E throughout the run a lot more than maybe you have in casual play. So next, under camera. This is where a lot of stuff becomes personal preference, but I do want to explain what all of these things are because I think a lot of people, even runners, don't know what a lot of these options are. What is Ty's view? I haven't actually explained what Ty's view is, and this is important. So Ty's view is a scoped view when you press the tab. Well, I've set it to tab. We just talked about that. So yeah, I've set it to tab, and this is the scoped view. This is Ty's view. I will often refer to this as scope or zoom. Yeah, this is a Ty's view. So the options under controls and camera, this Ty's view direction is where the scope will start, the angle that it will start at. So this is the angle that it will start at. So if you have it set to Ty's body, it will put you into the scope based on the direction that Ty is facing. If you have it set to camera, it will put you into scope based on the direction the camera is facing. So let me just turn it to Ty's body real quick. And if I face Ty this way, but I look off that way, when I scope, it will look the way Ty is facing when I was looking over that way, right? If I have it set instead to camera, then if I look this way, the way Ty is not facing, then it will scope that way and it will turn Ty around. I say this is personal preference, but for certain tricks, there's something called aim turning while you're swimming. If you are underwater and you hit scope, you can turn around a lot quicker than if you weren't. We want to keep it on camera because we want it to be the way the camera is facing and not the way Ty is facing. We have a lot of control over the camera in this run and in the game in general. So keep this on camera. Tides view, LR, flip to normal. This is, I don't know why anyone would ever invert these. If you're a madman, feel free, but really you are only hurting yourself. These camera rotations here are the general camera rotation outside of tides view. Again, feel free, but it's your funeral. Okay, and then this track body on jump is a personal preference thing, but it determines whether or not the camera will move up with tie when you jump. So if I jump, you can see the camera is moving up, so we kind of move up with tie. If I turn it off real quick, then when I jump, you can see the camera doesn't move up as much and tie sort of moves to the top of the screen. This is kind of personal preference. There is some weirdness where, especially in 100%, track body on jump being off will make the camera turn when you're on certain slopes, and it's very uncomfortable to deal with. I recommend for beginners that you use track body on jump. Auto center camera. This is whether or not the camera gets reset to the center on its own if you are just sat waiting for a while. As mighty speedrunners, we are not going to be sat there waiting. So yeah, this is almost never going to affect you. I've been experimenting with this over the last few days. It's never going to affect you. Don't worry about it. This tides view speed and this camera speed, these are just a way of separating the mouse sensitivity for when you're in tides view versus in like the general camera. I think they did a good job of balancing it, so it's fine as it is. I wouldn't mess with these too much, but if you want the camera to turn slower or faster during tides view, then feel free to change this one or this one, whatever. And that's basically all the settings. That's everything there is to know about the settings. So now we're in, we can start talking about basic tech. Basic tech. Let's talk cheats real quick. If you want to get the rangs in, I'm just gonna blitz through these. For the elemental rangs and the ability to swim, it's on the arrow keys, left, right, then you tap action, action, left click, action, left click, and now we have the elemental ranks. And if you want the non-elemental ranks, the techno ranks, you do left, right, R, 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 left click, R, left click. Boom. And now we have all of the ranks. Now we can start practicing stuff. There is basically no on-ground running movement tech available to tie. I know some people find this statement controversial, but it's true. You can walk in a straight line, you can walk at a diagonal line, you can clean up your lines, but there is no real way to just randomly move faster. You can't hold a run button or throw rangs to make you go faster. You just run at a constant speed. There is some stuff we'll talk about soon, but be aware, it really doesn't matter that much what you're doing as long as you're taking a good line. Lines will beat out everything else in this game. So now we have the ranks. Let's talk about jumping. There is a developer-intended jumping strat for gliding that makes you glide further and higher. And the way we do it is we jump, and then we do another little jump at the top of the jump. So you can see time moves up a tiny bit more at the top of the jump. So I'm doing space, 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 space. Cool. And we get that extra little bit of height. In this test level, in this corner, I set up these platforms. And these platforms, you cannot get up them with a normal jump or a glide. Instead, you will have to do a jump and an extended glide. This is what we call it. It's an extended glide. This is only if we have two ranks. Keep that in mind. We press jump again at the top of our jump and we get an extra little bit of height. And it's enough to clear higher gaps. You only need to press it once. You can press it multiple times, but you only need to press it once. Also, don't hold it for the extended glide. I mean, you can, but it's not necessary. We'll talk more about that in a second. Next, let's talk about bite boosting. If you get close to the edge of a ledge and you bite, I will fly off the edge. What's trying to happen, what the game's trying to do, is make you do a full bite like this. But because the game detects that you are at the edge of a platform, it goes, yeah, no, we can't finish that bite. So it just lets you fly off the edge of the platform. And the bite itself moves you forwards faster than you can walk. You can see the acceleration is pretty quick there. So if we keep doing this off of ledges, we can save a little bit of time. It's a very, very minuscule time save. But you get into the habit after a while of playing this game of just doing it on every single ledge. And eventually it saves a good chunk of time. So it is worth doing. The other type of bite is a down bite. And this is used when we need to get down from a ledge really quickly. So let's say we're like up here and we need to get down really quickly, but we don't want to take damage. We can do a bite that means we land, we end the bite just as we get over the edge of the platform. So we want to time it or judge the distance such that the bite ends at the edge of the platform. And something like this should happen. There we go. So we just fall straight down to the bottom. Ty cannot take damage during the bite animation. So you will fall all the way down. You get sucked down to the ground as the bite finishes, like that. I will point out when we need to do them. So about slopes. When you come to a slope, you should be jumping up it. You don't need to glide, just jump. Just jump as soon as you touch the ground. It does not save much time at all. It doesn't really save time if your aim is to go forwards. But if you're trying to get up something like the spire in shipwrecks, you do want to be jumping up the slope. Jumping down slopes is either not noticeably faster or not faster at all. It's not really worth it to jump down a slope unless it's a really, really steep slope, but then you should be trying for a down bite. Extended glides, let's talk about them again. So the extended glide really is just the little tap at the top to give you that little boost of height, but you can feather your jump. So you can feather the glide from there. So you can do a single tap, another tap, and then you can spam tap pretty much. There's a pattern to it, you'll pick it up over time. But if you press it to the right rhythm, if you just speed up your taps progressively, then you will get more distance out of your glide. And it should look something like this. You'll know if you've got it because these platforms are spaced so that it's really hard. You can make the jump. There we go. But it is hard. So I recommend practicing them because there are a few across the run. I'm not brilliant at them, worth practicing. Cool, so we'll down bite to get back. Okay. One of the biggest problems with 100%, or the biggest banes of people's lives when they're running 100% is opals, because you have to collect all of them and there's 300 of them, and if you miss one, it's kind of hard to recover from that. We have a few ways of counteracting this. One of them is opal checks, so you have to remember the number of opals that you are supposed to have at a certain collectible, and that is often the best way of combating missing opals, because then you can go back and look for the opal from the last opal check, because you'll know where you missed one. So it's really important that you check those. Yeah, other than that, we'll talk about magnets soon. Magnets are coming, I promise. Yeah, there's not really any other way to counteract missing opals. So opal checks are god. Let's talk crates. Crates spawn opals. Just going to open them. They spawn opals like this. And they spawn them in a somewhat random pattern. Some crates have a fixed pattern. Some crates have a pseudo-fixed pattern where some of the opals will go to certain spots and others won't. And some of them have a lot of patterns where like they can go to different spots, but they're still fixed set patterns. We will treat them all in the same way. When you break a crate, the opals spawn. Whilst they're spawning, you can collect them. You can collect an opal whilst it's spawning. Once it's spawned, as it's falling back down to the ground, you cannot collect it. So whilst it's rising up out of the crate, you can collect an opal. When it's falling down, you can't collect it. And then when it's on the ground again and it's settled, you can collect it. This is important because it means there's two ways for us to collect opals. We can either collect them as they're spawning from the crate or after they've spawned from the crate. So let's think about what would happen in a level. There's two ways we can come up to a crate. Either we could approach a crate and it comes up in our vision very quickly. So let's say we're approaching it from like behind a wall here. It's like we can't see the crate, and now we see the crate. We're right up on it. What we'd want to do in this situation is run up to the box, hit it, and then a tiny delay, and then jump, and it will collect, hopefully, all of the opals that spawn from the crate as they're spawning. Something like this. There we go, we got all but one of them. But this isn't ideal, because you have to stop. You're stopping for the jump, you have to move up again. So you are wasting some time in that stop, so that's not the ideal situation. Sadly, that is the best situation we can run into in certain cases, especially in the early levels where everything's a lot more closed in and smaller and linear. It's really hard to hit the boxes from as far away as you should be. But in the later levels, when you have the Zoomerang, which is our long range rang, where is it? Yep, when you have the Zoomerang, this rang goes, like it goes for a long time. Like it will really just, yeah, it'll go. Yeah, we want to be hitting the boxes from as far back as possible. So as soon as you see a crate that you're going to be running up to, you want to hit it from as far back as possible, and then by the time you get there, the opals will have settled and you can just path into them. Like that. That's the idea. So that's pretty cool. That's how we approach crates. And I will point out for each crate that I go to in the routing, I will point out whether we are doing a box jump or we are hitting it from as far back as possible. You'll kind of pick up on when you should be doing which as you learn the run. Okay, next thing to talk about is charge bites. Charge bites are super, super useful. Once you get 100 opals in a level, you'll get a charge bite. You can see in the top right corner, your opal count has a number on it. That's your number of charge bites. And whilst you're charge biting, which is holding right click or holding the bite button, you go into this really interesting state where you have a magnetization. So what we can do is we can break a crate. So we've got opals, and then we can hold right click near it or hold your bite button, and you'll pull in all of these opals. I'm going to do that again. The reason we do this is if there's a lot of opals and we've broken a lot of crates or multiple crates, and we just need to pick up all of the opals like this. There's a lot of opals. We can get near them. Oh, I didn't get the charge bite. There we go. You can get near them and then do a charge bite to pick up all of the ones that are surrounding. And it only has to be a very small charge bite. The cool thing about charge bites is you don't have to hold them the full way. We can hold them just a little bit and then let go of them. Or we can hold them the full way. And if we hold them the full way, we get this big charge bite that goes like a long distance. And we can abuse this to make distances that we shouldn't be able to. But in most situations, and you'll see this a lot in 2-Up in the first level, we'll break a few crates and then we'll just do a charge bite into them like that, so that we can pick up the opals quicker, and then we'll move off. The last tech surrounding opals is magnets. So magnets will spawn from picnic baskets. If you're using Magnet Patch, you are guaranteed to get a magnet unless you hit certain conditions. I won't go over those conditions, you'll pick up on them. It's like only having 1 life left and only having 1 hit left. But for the most part, you will always get a magnet. If you're not using Magnet Patch, it's about 50-50 whether you get a magnet or not. So let's say we pick up a magnet. We suddenly get this big attraction. We can pull in a bunch of opals. Then when we get near to the opals, we'll pull them all in. Once you've hit a certain threshold, it's usually about 285. All remaining opals will start to be pulled in towards you as long as they're in your draw distance. So if I collect all of these opals, and then we see that there's 2 up in the sky there. If I just pick up the magnet, you'll see they get pulled to me even though they are way out of my range. Like that. So we can use this super attraction to skip certain parts of the opal collection. We can use it to collect missing opals if you have forgotten one or you missed one, say on the water slide in Walk in the Park. We can use it for all sorts of stuff, and I'll go over the nuances of how to use the magnets and where and why in the routing section when we go through each level. But this is the basic mechanics of magnets, is they can have super attraction, and otherwise they will just pull in opals from a bigger distance. If you have a magnet and you break a crate, generally, unless you've been way too fast with going through the crate, you don't need to worry about stopping because it will just pull all of them in. Like that. There we go. Now we have all of them. Let's talk about the most broken rang in the game. It's so broken I called it the broken rang in this mod. The most broken rang in the game is the Doom rang. We're going to get this early in Doom route. You don't have to do Doom route, but I will be teaching it. Doom route gets us to Doomerangs early before doing Hub 3 because we can use it for some really wacky stuff. We can use it to insta-kill Fluffy, which we'll talk about in the last section of the tutorial, but we can also use it to skip collectible animations. So usually if I collect the Thunder Egg, this will happen. We just collect it and now we're stuck in this animation, and then once it's over we can move. But if we throw the Doomerang and we move into the Thunder Egg at the same time, we'll skip the animation, we can just walk off immediately. And we can chain these together, we can just keep doing this. It's not that difficult. You can do this on almost any Thunder Egg. You can do it on almost any cog as well. We can also do this into Bilbies and bite at the same time. So you can do like a bite and a throw at the same time. And it does work. It does skip a tiny amount, but it's not really worth it that much. And that's all of the basic tech. So something important is autosaving. You need to know what causes an autosave and when autosaves are going to happen, because it kind of matters. It matters a lot. So there are 3 situations which will trigger an autosave. One is exiting level. So when you leave a level, the game will autosave on the other side. If you crash during that load, the game will not autosave. There will be no save until you have reached the other level that you're going to. The next autosave is whenever you collect a collectible, so like a Thunder Egg. So if I go and grab one of these, I think we should see the autosave icon appear. Okay, no, because I've already collected. Technically, I've already collected it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the autosave icon would appear normally, and we would see it on the left, and it would save the game. But this only happens on Thunder Eggs and Cogs. This doesn't happen when you collect a Bilby, and it doesn't happen when you collect an Opal. It's only Thunder Eggs and Cogs. And the final situation where you get an autosave is when you collect a Bilby, you free a Bilby, and then you hit a checkpoint. You have to hit the checkpoint, and then the game will autosave. You can also do a manual save. If you menu and then save the game, we can do a manual save like that. But generally you want to be relying on autosaves. Opals will not be saved until there is an autosave or a manual save. If you are collecting some opals and then trying to main menu warp or do something like that, you really need to save the game. We'll talk about menuing in a minute. The new patch of the game, the patch that we run the game on now, is a little bit awkward for rang management. If you have thrown a rang, you cannot switch rang until the rang has come back to you and then a couple of seconds have passed. This is important mostly for the Zoomerang. You do not want to be throwing the Zoomerang off into the distance if you need to use another rang, because now you are limited, you cannot use your rangs, you can't switch your rangs until it's back to you. So you need to be really careful with which rang you have out and your management of the rangs. Really important, especially in bridge. Finally, there's ground swimming. There's this stuff, but I've already done a video on that. I did an entire tutorial on ground swimming. Yeah, there's ground swimming. We can swim on the ground. There's a whole thing. We can swim up to like 90 degrees and then a little bit. So yeah, there's ground swimming. But we will cover each individual ground swim as it comes up. And if you want to know more about ground swims and how they work, then feel free to go and watch the other video which I put out and I did on stream, which was based on ground swimming and how they works. And yeah, feel free. Menuing is a bit different on 100% compared to other categories. If you're used to something like any percent, you're used to playing on hardcore mode, and when you menu, the selected item, I guess, will be continue, and then all you have to do is hit up to go to main menu, or up twice to go to exit level. In 100%, we don't play on hardcore because we need to use death abuses to save loads of time. So instead, when we hit escape, we will start on save game. So instead, you should down menu because it's faster. Right? So there's two menus that you need to be able to do, which is an exit level and a main menu. We'll do the main menu first. You're going to hit escape or whatever your pause button is. Then you're going to hit down 4 times. Then you're going to enter, left, enter, and then spam enter to get back into the game. You are always going to want to start your game on the middle save slot, because when you go to the main menu, when you go to load a game, it will default to the middle slot. So by starting the game in the middle slot, when you main menu, you can just spam enter to get back in and you don't have to worry about selecting the correct slot. On controller and on console, this is different. You want to start the game in the first save slot because on controller, it will always default to the first save slot. Additionally, if you're on controller, you can still up menu. But on PC, we use keyboard and mouse and it's going to be down menu. It's going to be enter, down, 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 enter, left, enter, and then spam enter to get back in. There we go, and then we just spam enter. Cool. And that's how we down menu for a main menu. Why do we main menu? We main menu to warp back to the start of a level. It's really quick. There are a few things you need to keep in mind when you main menu. If you're trying to get back to the start of a level to search for an opal, all opals that have been released from crates, if we collect some of them and then we save the game, and then we main menu, and we come back in, all opals that you collected will be saved, but all of the other opals will be back in that crate. I think this level's just weird because it's modded, but yeah, a magnet will not be able to pick up opals that are in crates. So be careful in doing that. Ideally, if you think you've missed an opal that was in a crate, just do not main menu, find a magnet, and it should pull in all of the opals that you're missing. If it doesn't, it might be a dead run. But the other thing you need to be careful of when main menuing is that you don't have an active objective. So a lot of the thunder eggs, like the koalas in Snow Worries or Stump, or the cable cars in Stump, or the treasure chests in Rex Marks, they have to be completed within one sitting in the level. You cannot main menu through them and retain progress. So be very careful that you don't have an active objective when you main menu. If you have 6 of the seahorses, for example, in shipwrecks, you really need to make sure that you go and get the other seahorses and then turn them in before you main menu, because otherwise you'll have to do all of those 6 seahorses again. You cannot save your game to save that progress. It will never be retained. And then there's the exit level, which is the same thing, but we press down 3 times. So escape, down, 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 enter, left, enter, and that gets us out of the level. You can do this from anywhere. It will put us back at the portal for the level-ish. It's a much quicker way of getting out of a level than going through the exit level portal. All right, that's everything on menuing. Let's talk crashing. Crashing, the game crashes. It's annoying. It has a memory leak. Don't need to know what a memory leak is if you're just casual, but basically memory build-up, overflow too much, and then the game will shut off, and you do not want that. The memory will build up every time you change level, so You really need to avoid changing level too much and like over changing level. You don't want to be accidentally exiting level and then going back in and so on, right? Or main menuing too many times. Other thing you want to be doing is before every run, you want to be closing your game and reopening it. There is a tool that you can find on speedrun.com called the Memory Leak Manager, which will help you know when you should be shutting your game and restarting it. For 100%, my general advice is unless you have only gotten through the first level or two, you should be restarting before every single run. As soon as you finish a run, restart your game. If you got halfway through a run, restart your game. Your game will not hold out for the entire run in 100% and max percent. You really need to be resetting. There's another type of crash, which is an input crash. You might notice that every time I'm on a menu, I am pressing nothing. Sorry, on a load screen, I'm pressing nothing. That's important. Load screens are really, really sketchy and fragile in this game. And if you press buttons, the wrong buttons, or you press something weird, especially on controller, the game will get very, very upset with you. And it might just crash. I've had it happen many times. Those are the only two major crashes. There used to be a crash that was very, very rare called a TA crash, where the thunder egg for a time attack wouldn't load in. But they are pretty much... I haven't seen one happen in a long time. They're very rare. Don't worry about them. We're going to main menu. We are going to new game. And we are on the practice mod, so we can practice our tricks. Instead of going through the portal that is here, practice world, we're going to run over to this flower with the light thing coming out of it and jump in that. And it'll take us down to this little hub that we made, which has all of the levels in order: 2 up, walk in the park, shipwrecks, so on. All of them around like this, so we can go and do any of them. We're going to start with 2 up. I think it's time. 2 up. So as soon as you start 2 up, you're going to want to hold back. And you're going to want to walk into these opals. Kind of awkward angles. You'll pick up on them eventually. And then we turn around about halfway through. We pick up the rest of them. We're going to do a jump up to this thunder egg. You want to be jumping not from the very edge of this platform and from the middle of it. If you are jumping from the edge of it, then often you'll be too low because you move down very slightly at the edge. And you won't be able to make it. You also want to be keeping as straight a line as possible. If you don't keep a straight line from where you start to where you are aiming for, then you will go wonky, you'll go wobbly, and you will lose height and lose distance. But there we go. We jump up to that one, so that's fine. We're going to bite off of this ledge, grab this opal, run to the left, grab this opal, this one, this one, this one, this one, then do a box jump for this crate, turn in here and grab this opal. Here we're going to throw the rang at one box and then bite the other 2. So we throw 1 and then we bite. Cool. We collect up all the opals by running around in a circle. We jump up to here, turn left, shoot this one for a box jump. Do a box jump on this one. There's only 2 in that one, so you're fine. Don't miss opals. My bad. And then when you get to here, this is our first opal check in this level. You should have 50. You must have 50 by the time you go down this step. If you don't, go and search for it. Cool. We're going to bite off, and then we're going to bite into the bilby. You can do, there's a nice little trick for this cutscene. When you do a bite into the cutscene, skip it with R or whatever your interact button is, and then you bite again for the bilby. So it's like bite, skip, bite, and it will get the bilby. It's very nice. Bite off this ledge, and then we're going to jump for this crate. Now, you see these signs that I've been ignoring? They teleport you to places. So this sign will teleport me back to the start, and if I go through it, we can teleport back to this trick where the sign is. So yeah, these are for resetting tricks and getting to tricks easily. This first trick is very, very basic, and it's a really nice beginner trick. We're going to jump off of a fence post to get up to that cog. We're going to jump over this onto the bridge. We're going to jump onto this fence post. It's very, very simple. It is really as easy as it looks. You're going to stand next to the fence post and then just tap W. Sorry, jump and then tap W. Move forwards onto it. And then you're just going to jump off of it up onto this platform and then bite into the cog. I'm going to go through that again quickly. We jump up to the post and then up to here and then bite into the cog. One more time. Boom. Nice and easy trick. Not too bad. Once you're up here and you've got the cog, you're going to jump down into this cave, bite into the cog, and then you're going to turn around. You're going to fall down onto this little shore bit, and you can walk out a fair ways before Ty starts going into the swimming state, like this. So just before you reach that state, you're going to jump up to the bridge, and you can make the jump. It's not too bad. There we go. Cool. And we're going to carry on with the opal path. Because we need to get this opal here, there is a trick where we can jump up there and only hit the last 3 spy eggs, but it's a little bit tricky. So instead, what I recommend for beginners is as soon as you get the opal that's underneath this spy egg, we just start biting, bite all the spy eggs, and then get up to this thunder egg. You're going to drop down. This basket won't be here. And this is a little bit of RNG. These enemies will be in somewhat random spots and you just have to deal with them. This is kind of a good spot. We're going to ignore all of them and aim for this crate. Then we're going to bite the other two like that. And then we run around and collect up all the opals. 91. You should have 91 before you start on these steps. We carry on up. You can hit the frill there. You don't have to. If you don't hit the frill and you manage to break both crates without hitting the frill, then you're going to start your charge bite at the top here, and you need to bite towards the frill. If you don't bite towards the frill, he'll run up to you and hit you. If you bite towards him, he'll jump backwards and give you enough time to run off. So when you get up here, you shoot crate, you shoot the crate, you do a charge bite, you collect all the opals, and you bite towards the frill. Or you hit the frill, and then you hit the crate, you do a charge bite, and then you just move off. You're going to bite off this ledge, we're going to bite off this ledge, and then here, we're going to shoot this crate as far back as we can, so that we have the rang back to shoot this crate. We're going to bite into this bilby, shoot this crate, and then hold a charge bite and bite towards the rest of the opals. A little bit complicated. Go through it one more time. I know you can't see the crates, but we'll imagine they're there. You hit crate 1, you hit crate 2, you bite the bilby, hit the crate, and charge bite to get the rest of the opals. You don't need to do a full charge bite. We grab the opals. We're going to hit this crate from as far back as possible, so we have the rang back in time to hit this crate. Then do a charge bite into the corner, slightly longer one because some of these opals in the back can be a bit temperamental. And we're going to get this opal, this opal, this opal, and this cog. And we should be at 158 by this cog. Get this opal, this opal, this opal, and then jump up to the bilby. And the basket, if you're on really good pace, should have spawned here. The practice mod has all of the magnets here instead of the baskets, so you'll just see magnets everywhere, which is fine. But there will either be a basket here if you have gone too slow, or there will be no basket here. If there's no basket, you run and get the cog, and then you can turn around and try for the basket. If the basket's here, just hit it, and if you get a magnet, we're going to use it. So this is going to be a little bit quick, but there's nothing too complicated here, so I'll just run through it. If you get a magnet, which I'm going to do everything as if you do get the magnets, because I'm doing this full magnet patch. But there are very easy ways to reroute things if you don't get a magnet, and for that I recommend you watch the old patch tutorial because it's very, very similar. It's the one Coral made a few years ago. So we're going to grab the magnet, bite into the cog if you can. There's a cutscene there, you've got to skip it. Then we're just going to run up and we're going to try and hit this crate. We're going to aim farther away from the crate than we think we need to, just so it doesn't auto-target the frill. You're going to run and grab all of these opals. You don't need to be too close to them. You're going to run up to these crates and hit them. If you're not close enough to those crates, you will target the frill and the roo. You need to avoid that, so you want to be right up on them. Okay, cool. Once we've got all the opals here, we should have 195 by this cog. I'm going to jump up to here, jump up to the cog, and we should have 195 opals. I have 196 because I grabbed one from the cave with the magnet, but that's fine. I grabbed that one there. So we're okay. Whilst you're getting this cog, as soon as you touch it, you want to be holding right click. I didn't here, but as soon as you get the cog, you want to be holding right click or the bite button, whatever it is for you, and you'll go into a charge bite. And you want to re-aim tie towards these opals. And once you're at full charge, you just let go of it, and you should collect all of the opals with the charge bite. And then we're going to run off into the cave. Okay. We're going to grab 2 opals on the bridge, turn and bite this bilby. And there's a nice little trick here where if you jump up to the left here, like this, and bite at the top of your jump, you will bite the crate that's up there, like this, and it gets you up there. And then we can hit the crate, get a magnet, and then get the cog. This section, the magnet isn't that useful, but we'll get the opal, get the opal. If you had the magnet, you would just run along the side of the bridge here, because it will pick them up through the bridge. Grab this opal, this opal, this opal. Hit this crate, we'll do a box jump here because we don't have a magnet, but if we had a magnet, we would just pick up all the opals, and then we'll jump up these steps, and hit this crate on the way to this cog. If you have a magnet, go closer to the crate, because it will pick up the opals for you. If not, we'll just get them after that cog. Nice. Bite off the ledge. And then we're going to hit this crate, do a box jump, and then we get another magnet here. This magnet is really useful. We're going to grab these crates and hit them from kind of far back. And then we're going to jump over this fence post and up to this cog. You're going to turn back around and jump towards the trigger for second rang. Double tap R, and you're going to run towards this wooden platform. Because of the magnet, we don't have to run into this opal, but do make sure you pick up this opal no matter what. It's really important. It gives us a much better line when we're coming back down. Cool. Jump up to the wooden platform. And now we're going to do our first extended glide now that we have the second ring. So our extended glide is just going to jump up to this spot about here on the wall. And we should be able to get up to the upper section from here. Like that. Remember, we can flutter our jump. So we're going to jump, jump, and then flutter. And then we get up there. Cool. We're going to jump across these platforms to the cog. Remember to use your extended glide. And then we're going to jump straight across here over to this section. I'm going to hit this crate with a box jump. I'm going to hit this crate with a box jump. And I'm going to go over to this cog. And here's our first hard extended glide of the run. We need to jump from here over to that platform. If you're not confident in this, you can jump over to this platform and then you can do a much easier extended glide over to it. Or if you're really not confident, you can jump up to this one and then do a normal glide over to this platform. The extended glide has to be pretty good. Jump right from the corner of this platform. And we'll land here and pick up the opal. Jump over to grab this opal. And then you're going to jump over that way for the buttons. I have put an invisible teleporter here that will teleport you back up to the platform if you fail the jump for practice in the practice mod. It's pretty useful because this is a hard jump. I'm going to jump up here, grab this opal, and you're going to hit this last button first. This is the button that controls the slowest moving platform, which is the first one. That's the one we need to jump on first. So we're going to hit that one first, then this one, then this one. Then we're going to jump up. Jumped up way later than I needed to there. I'm going to jump to this thunder egg, skip the cutscene, and grab the thunder egg. Do not bite off of this platform. If you bite off the platform, you will go too far, and then the jump up to the bilby is a little bit awkward. So just fall off and jump up to the bilby, and then bite the bilby. Grab the thunder egg. I'm going to bite off that ledge. Jump around this corner. Remember, lines are good. Lines are key. And then at this corner, we're going to jump around to the right and do a glide down to this opal. And then we're going to hit the frills. I'm not going to go over the intricacies of running the frills. It's not that important, especially in 100%. But basically, hit all the frills. And then before the thunder egg gets to you, you can hit all of these crates and this basket. And we get a magnet. So now we don't even need to worry about the opals because we're at the threshold. So they'll all be pulled to me. Then we glide the gap. Get the thunder egg. Get the opal thunder egg. And then we're going to do a main menu. And we're going to hold back and left here. And then we're going to tap R as soon as we see the exclamation mark. That means we're at the time attack. I'm going to skip the time attack cutscene and then go into the time attack. I'm also not going to go over time attack movement too much because it's really not that important. There's a few intricacies with it, but you can look into other tutorials for time attack movement or other... You can just watch someone do a time attack for most of them. The one I will go over is Bridge on the River Ty, because it's a really, really confusing route for beginners. Yeah, that's 2 up. That's a whole of 2 up sorted. Cool. And we should have 100% completion on 2 up. Do not, as a beginner, do not feel bad if you have to keep checking your game info. You can check game info here, or if you want to see everything, you can just hit this up here. And you can see the entire thing. You can see every single level together. There we go, you should have 8 thunder eggs, 5 bilbies, so on, right? Cool. Then we exit level. We would do a down menu for exit level. And then we leave. The next level we're going to go through is shipwrecks. I will go over rainbow close movement real quick, because it is important. Once we get here, we will have walked down this long stretch here. You can just watch someone do this, it's really simple. You're going to come up on the thunder egg machine, and you're going to look for this white splotch mark thing, this oval on the machine. And you're going to aim for that, and you're going to bite, and you should hit the trigger at the furthest point, and then we're going to turn and go into 2 up. This is what we do at the start. We do 2 up, and then once you've finished with 2 up, we're going to go into shipwrecks. Shipwrecks is over there. The reason we're going into shipwrecks instead of walking the park is so we can get swims, because swims save tons of time in walking the park, as you will see soon. So we're going to run over here. We can do a nice little jump over here, and then go to here. So we have all of our teleports again at the start. In shipwrecks, we're going to grab these opals. We're going to bite after that opal. It will put us into the trigger, into the cutscene. We're going to grab this last opal on land, and then we're going to turn around. We're going to jump up these steps and do an extended glide onto the aqua ranks. A lot of people, especially in any percent, will jump towards the aqua ranks, but they won't jump far enough, so you don't hit the trigger, and then the game gets very weird and sketched out. So if you did that, probably wouldn't hit it. You want to be jumping onto them. Since you take this line in 100% of the steps, you should be fine just doing a jump. But I do a little tap just to make sure I land on them. Then we're going to jump over to the edge. I'm going to jump on the beach chairs. These beach chairs can be a bit sketchy with the bounce mechanics. Sometimes it goes off, sometimes it just really does not want to. If it doesn't, just jump back on it and it should activate again. I'm going to get all of those. And we're going to jump over to these ones and grab this cog. There is a trick here where you can get a magnet from one of these huts by doing something like this. There we go. Very, very nice little trick. And you can use that, especially in Magnet Patch. You can use that to go and get some opals on a better line, but it doesn't save much time, if any. We'll just go with the normal route. So we'll jump into the water as soon as we can. We'll get this opal. We'll get these ones. Follow the opal path. Here, we're going to flick to the right very, very slightly. So you can see Ty starts looking at the button. You can see his head move. Flick to the right slightly. Hit the button. Turn back to the left. And then spam our swim button through the door. And we'll go straight through the door. And you can literally swim through the door while it's opening. And then we're going to follow the opal path. I'll do that now. I wasn't fast enough going into it. But you can swim through the door. That's fine. Follow the opal path. Keep following it. We're going to follow it up to this opal before the dunny, before the checkpoint. And we're going to turn around. This basket would not be there normally. I'm being too slow. I'm going to hit all of these boxes. There is no good way to hit these boxes. You can try hitting them on the way up here as you approach. You can try hitting them. That's fine. I usually just hit them all and then run around and grab them. You do not have a charge bite yet. Remember, you need 100 opals for a charge bite, so you can't do it yet. Okay, we're going to dive towards this rock pool in the distance. We're going to jump into the rock pool and grab the cog. There are some interesting lines you can take there. Generally, what I do is dive towards the far end of the rock pool. So once you get out, you're going to dive towards the far end of the rock pool and then turn around, because it gives you the best line going into it. We're going to swim out and up to these steps, with these platforms, jump up them, grab the bilby. We're going to dive in and grab the Aurora mission. We're going to start this. This is our seahorses. Then we're going to turn to the right, the way you can see this seahorse, and we're going to swim towards it. Try and stay low to avoid that fish. Generally in this level, you want to stay as high as possible. You can see the seabed here slopes down and it gets wider near the bottom. At the top, where it's on the surface, we can actually take tighter lines around islands like this, just by staying near the top. If I stay near the bottom, then I have to go a lot longer. It's a much bigger distance to get around it. So generally in any swimming level, you want to be staying near the top part of the seabed, unless there is no sloping seabed. So after getting this seahorse, we're going to pick up on the opal path about here, and then turn to the right, follow it this way. We're going to grab these two opals that we missed earlier, and we're going to turn around and jump across this island down to a seahorse on the other side here. Then we're going to turn around and grab these opals and then dive into the water. Spam your ranks here so that you hit the fish and they don't kill you or push you up, because they have a habit of doing that. Grab this seahorse, kill this fish, grab this seahorse, and you're going to do a hard turn to the right, and we're going to come up on this island about here. You want to be on this side of this platform. Now we're going to do an extended glide, and if you do a perfect extended glide, you will land on top of this platform like this. Otherwise, you will grab it. If you grab it, that's fine, just carry on. Once you're up on the platform, however you made it up, jump up to this one, jump up to this one, and then do an extended glide across to this cog. We're going to turn to the left and dive into the water. Just swim up to these deck chairs. Don't forget these are important. People miss these a lot. Do a little tap to grab the opal in the air. There's one opal in the middle in the air. It can be a little bit painful unless you do a little glide at the top. We're going to dive in and we're going to swim back towards Aurora over this way. There she is. Try and stay to the left of her to avoid the seahorse babies going too close, because then you'll trigger a cutscene like this. So we want to avoid that. You can spam R through here just to make sure that you do avoid it. We're going to swim down to this seahorse, and then you're going to swim up to the left here. Now the trick here on this is to stand on this left-hand side here, the side I'm swimming against. If you try jumping from this side, it will not work. You will not be able to jump here. So you want to be jumping from this side. So once you get the seahorse, you want to aim for that corner, but aim for the left, and then you should be able to jump immediately up to this platform. And now you are over onto this ledge. Show you that again from here. Sort of run up here, and then jump across. Nice and easy. Easy trick. You should get a magnet here for a magnet patch. We're going to take this over to those crates, and we're going to grab those. Then we're going to turn around. I'm going to dive into the water, something like that. And then take this line. This is the fastest line we know. We're actually going to swim up here. Grab these opals. Good line up onto this ship. This is the first flip, I guess. This is the first big trick in the run. It's called ship clip. Usually for this ship, we would swim around to the other side here. We'd have to hit this button. We're scoping in here and hitting the button like that. But we don't have to do that. We don't have time for that. We're speedrunners. So instead, we're going to swim around this island here like we did. We're going to swim into this side of the door about here. Right? You want to be touching the side of the ship. But you want to be against the door as well. And you want to be about a third of the way up the door diagonally, like that way. Then you're going to scope. Turn to the left. You see this little green splotch here? You want to aim just to the left of that and throw your rang. And it should hit the button through the wall. What's actually happening is when the rang comes back to you, it can go through all of the collision, but it can still activate the button. So you will hit the button. Let me just line up on it again. I'll do about here. Scope, throw, and it will hit. It will close the door. In this case, it's a toggle, so it will open and close the door. So you can practice this a bunch. You don't need to restart the level. Just boom. Ooh. There you go. And we're open. We swim in, we grab the thunder egg. Hard left. We just swim up onto the left side of this island. And then surface around here. And we get these opals. They come across here. Grab these crates. You do not have a charge bike going into these crates. You have 94 opals. So here, we're going to hit the crates. And we're going to try for box jumps. We can try hitting them. There's no nice way of getting these crates. But now we have a charge bike. Keep that in mind because we will be using it. This magnet can be used as long as you do really good movement here. So I'm going to show you the movement. I'll go over it a few times, but I'm going to show you it with the magnet first. I'm going to jump up to here with extended glide. Run up this side and then do a jump. Jump up here. Jump across here. Do an extended glide up on this corner. Run up this side and then jump. And then we hit these crates. Let me go back down and I'll show you it slowly. From here, I'm going to jump up the left here. We're going to run up this. And then at the top, we jump. Make sure you turn into the left on that jump. Turn into the left. You can even run up the entire, but almost the entire way. As long as you turn into the left, right? Run up, turn the camera left, and then jump. And you're going to jump up here. Jump across this gap. Extended glide up here. Run at this very corner, and then you should be able to jump up here. And you can hit these crates. Very nice. Onwards. This magnet is useless. You can't really do anything with it. We're going to run up this corner here. About where this corner is. Where that like dark line corner is. We jump up here. And then we're going to do an extended glide up here. And we shouldn't ledge grab. You can do all of that without ledge grabbing. Then we're going to turn left and we're going to do our first down bite. We're going to run to about where these little lines are. This little white patch is. And as soon as you hit that, you're just going to bite. And you'll fall down, down bite, and then grab the bilby. Now we're going to bite off of this ledge somewhere. I can never remember where. Doesn't matter where really. We're going to hit these crates. And we are approaching our first difficult trick of the run. I'm going to run through this slowly first, and then I'll do it with the magnet and show you how it should be done. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over the side here. And then walk along until you see this weird square texture on the wall. Like a very hard cut off texture here. There's a little bit that juts out here. And you want to aim to dive like within this area. And you should keep the swim. So we're going to run into the wall. We're going to jump and we're going to dive. But we're going to dive as the tide is going down. So as it's just going down, so it's up now, it's going down. Do a dive and we'll keep the swim here. We're going to turn around and we're going to get these opals in the ring. But we can't grab them with our normal distance. We need a magnet to get them. Now, remember from ground swimming, if we go too high off the ground, we will lose our swim. So you need to be really careful with your height. The height that I generally use for this is if you look at this fencing here. If we keep going up a bit, you can see you can go just a little bit above the fencing. Just like a tie or so above the fencing, and then we'll lose the swim. So the goal really there... Ooh, my bad. I didn't do it when the tide was going down. Tide's up. Tide's going down, we dive. Yep. So you want to be a little bit above the fence, and then just swim underneath all the opals in a circle, and with a magnet, you will pick up all of these opals. You can go around a couple of times if you're not confident that you got them all. And then once you're done, you're going to swim back over here. So let me go up to where the magnet is. I'll grab it and I'll show you what it looks like. If you need help getting the swim, if you just want to practice with the swim, you can dive into this water that's been placed here for in the practice mod. And then you can just swim out and keep a swim. So yeah, let's do it. Magnet, jump over the side, run over to here, wait for the tide to go down. It was already going down, so we can dive immediately. Swim across, get a little bit above the fencing, and then swim around in a circle and try and keep your height best you can. There we go, we got them all. Nice. Then we're going to turn back to the right, back to where we came from. We're going to swim up to this little rectangle texture. We're going to turn it about a 45-degree angle to the wall. We're going to swim into the wall, and you can swim up to this corner. Then we're going to swim down, pointing the camera down as hard as you can. And you're going to swim over this ledge and point up and spam space to jump out of the swim. So we jump out of the swim, we landed here, and now we can hit the coconuts. We're going to hit the second coconut, aim for the second one in, and then we can do an extended glide to the coconut, and then an extended glide where you bonk your head on this coconut to land on this platform. Jump up to the thunder egg, and now we have the thunder egg, and that is coconuts movement and opal ring. We're going to bite off the ledge, bite off this ledge. I'm going to jump on here, do an extended glide up to this platform, and then bite. You might see in any percent, especially one rang movement, they do a jump here and a bite up to the bilby like that. Don't do that. You have the second rang, so we can do the extended glide. Cool. I'm gonna bite off this platform, head this way. You're gonna dive into the water and grab this seahorse. You do not need to be that close to the seahorses to grab them. We're gonna swim up here and grab this, what should be a magnet. Break these crates and charge bite for the opals, and then you're gonna dive into the water. You don't need to get the seahorse there. We're just gonna grab the cog, and then we're gonna turn around and we're gonna get that seahorse. So we're gonna dive back towards this tunnel, grab the seahorse, and then go to this tunnel. Once you are through the tunnel, you're gonna come up to the left here and immediately jump and dive back in to grab this cog. You're gonna turn up this way and run back towards this fencing. Now we're going to get the cog, but we don't have to sit and wait for the opals. So we get hit by the geyser, and then we're just going to glide down nice and easy across these platforms. You don't need to glide or even tap space on any of these platforms. You can make them all with just basic jumps, but feel free to do it. It doesn't lose much time to just tap space. We're going to turn left, and basically straight in that direction is where Aurora is, and we have all the seahorses now. We should anyway. Yep, 8 out of 8. So we're just going to bite off and then jump and dive. Then go straight to Aurora. I can never say her name. And then we're going to hand in the seahorses, grab the thunder egg, and then turn to the left and swim this way. And now we can pick back up on the opal path that we missed earlier, or that we left earlier. Keep in mind that all of your opal checks will depend on where you get certain opals, when you leave and rejoin paths, so be careful to make sure that you're not resetting over what you think is a bad opal count. Use guaranteed opal counts instead. Like here, you can say here, as soon as you dive in here, this would be 181, and it should be 181. Cool. Might get a magnet here. Grab this one. We can use this to not have to get as many opals here before turning, because here we're going to turn off here, and we should pick up another opal. Nice. Stay low here to avoid the fish. Swim up to the bilby, bite the bilby, and then jump back in the water. And we're going to swim over this way. Let's talk about shark cages. Pick back up on your buff. We're swimming towards the shark cages. These shark cages have opals in them. They each have 4 in them, and we need to get all 4 from every single cage. The easiest way to do this used to be with a magnet, but we no longer get the magnet because of ground swing rail. So instead, we need to swim underneath them and stay quite close up to them. So there you go, you can see we can swim just underneath. Ooh. Sharks are going to be annoying here. You can swim just underneath and grab them. We'll move to the next one. And swim just underneath and grab them all. You might get stuck on the cage, that's fine. Just flick off to get unstuck. Come under and get them all. We can do this really fast. It takes a bit of practice. Cool. Once you have all of them, we're going to swim from the last one up to this corner here. You can see it's kind of poking through the water. And you're going to start walking onto land like this. You're going to turn back around, jump and hit the button, and then dive. And then you can go through the gate. You're going to get 3 opals here. Turn off to the right. And then you can turn left and flick and hit this button, and then turn back up to the right. And jump up these platforms with extended glides. I'm going to jump back into the water. Just swim up to this opal and pick back up on the opal path. At these crates, I would recommend killing the frills because they can get in the way here when you do a charge bite. You can only bite towards one frill, the other ones will run up and hit you. Remember that, so if there's one too close, if there's two too close, then you can only bite towards one, the other one will hit you. We're going to start jumping up the spire. Remember earlier I said that if you jump up slopes, it is faster, so we do want to be jumping as much as we can here. As soon as you hit 257 opals, which should be about here, just before the last opal before this gap, we're going to jump off to the side and extended glide, well, flutter our glide rather, down to this bilby and then bite the bilby. And then turn back up to the mountain. We can do one jump up onto the mountain and then just keep walking up it and you should walk up. You can tap left here. Do that again. You can tap left when you get near the top because it will turn your camera and start moving you off to the right like that. So when you get near the top, just start tapping left. And then you can jump up at the very top. We're just going to carry on jumping up the spire. Yeah, just kill the frills, jump up, grab all the opals. Okay, cool. So now we're up here. We're going to speak to Elle. We're going to jump up these platforms. None of them are particularly difficult, but you can get stuck quite easily. Once you get to this platform, and the second one from the top, you can just extend and glide up to the cog. You're going to turn around towards the opal machine and just start gliding down. And you just flutter your jump, feather it. And you're aiming for this platform that I'm heading towards now. And there's a cog on it, so we'll grab that one. That's the last cog. And then after that, we're going to fall off, grab these opals, and use a charge bite. And then run over to the opal machine and grab the thunder egg. Then we're going to do a main menu warp to get back to the start so we can do the time attack. Like that. Now the time attack should be here. And then we can just go into the time attack and finish that. There's nothing too special about this time attack. Again, I'm not going to go over it too much. But yeah, just follow the route. Jump up the spire. Remember to jump as soon as you hit the ground. You can go for a few little dives that improve your time. There's one here. So as soon as you get the first ring on this island, you can just jump off the right here and then swim back in. You want to be in the water as much as possible. It is faster when you're in the water. Swimming is faster than running in every case. Except on certain very, very slopey ice. And that is shipwrecks. And from here we will exit level. And we're put back here, but normally you would be put back at the shipwrecks portal. So we'll go there now. Alright, we spawn about here, and we're just going to run straight forwards, and we're going to go into Walk in the Park. You can bite into the portal. And as soon as you get in, you're going to turn around all the way and shoot this box as you run towards it and do a box jump for it. And then you're going to jump up to this cog, and at the same time you're going to try and hit these two boxes. And we jump up to here and throw our ring to hit the box. If we only hit one, that's fine. We come over here and box jump to the other one. Grab these opals and then bite off of here. If you did manage to get all of the both the boxes, you can bite off of here and get a nice little boost forwards towards the opals. And we're just going to follow the opal path. There's a cutscene there. You can bite into that if you want. Get all these opals. Hit the frills. Continue on the opal path. We're going to box jump for this box. The opals will spread out in a line. Sort of that way. Ish. So yeah. Then we're going to jump up here. Grab the cog. You can do an extended glide up to this platform. If you don't, you will ledge grab. Do boop, boop, up to here. Then we're going to carry on back on the opal path. We're going to hit the frill. You can leave this one opal here. We're going to be spawned back up here in a minute anyway. So I'm going to turn to the left, do a box jump on this box. Completely failed that one. Then you're going to fall off of here, tap space once, and you should land on this edge. And bite the bilby. Bite off of that platform. Head over to the warp flower, jump into the warp flower. And we'll be teleported back up to where this opal is. We'll grab the opals, turn right. We're going to jump with an extended glide around the beetle. You may want to practice this because it can be a little bit sketchy, and if you hit the beetle, you will fall down to the bottom. So if you are worried about that, to start off with, you can hit the beetle. Should be able to hit the beetle and then bite it, and then you can carry on. Then, on the way back down, we're going to have to jump around the beetle again. If you're on magnet patch, there will be a magnet here. You can hit the basket, get the magnet. With the magnet, we're going to come and grab these opals. Don't need to get too close to that one. Hit all these crates, and you're going to do a down bite off of this ledge. If you do it better than that, you'll fall all the way to the bottom. Bite this bilby, jump in the warp flower, and then when you get back up to the top, there'll be crates right in front of you, so we're just going to try and hit both of them, get as many of the opals as we can before the magnet runs out. When you turn back around, you should have had them all. We're going to do a jump around the beetle. Grab this opal, grab these crates, do a down bite off of this ledge if you can, turn around, and grab that. We're going to jump back up these steps, get onto the rolling log, and then at this opal, leave this one for a second. You're going to turn off to the right and grab this coal. Now we have our first opal count check for Walk in the Park, which once you hit this opal before the slide, you should be at 111 opals. I'm going to start down the slide. This slide is fairly easy. You don't need to worry too much about missing opals. Just try and get them all, and you should be fine. The second slide is the one where we actually have to worry about some of them. So now what we're going to do is there's an opal approaching just before a rock. As soon as we hit it, we're just going to hold right. And you should fall down onto, usually, this mushroom. So I'll just do that again. Keep trying. Or you'll get a jump off like that. That's the other option. Weird. There we go. You jump off the mushroom into the cog. There are several ways of doing that. The main thing you need to make sure you do is get off of the slide just before this rock. Get onto here, and then we use the warp flower to get back up. Carry on the opal path. And now comes the start of the ground swimming route. This is where ground swims really start to be used. So we're going to speak to Ken to start the bats mission. Then we're going to jump off of this edge. Do not bite off of that edge. You'll do a down bite most of the time and just end up at the bottom. So just do a jump. You're going to grab this opal. You're going to bite off of this. Grab this opal. And then if you're on magnet patch, you're going to grab this cog and then turn around. If you're not on magnet patch, you're going to grab the rest of the opals here and leave the bilby. Cool. So now we're going to come this way. Get a swim here. Just by doing a jump and a dive. We're going to swim back this way. We're going to swim into the cave. Getting over these rocks can be a little bit tricky. You have plenty of height here. You can go fairly high through this entire valley because you're still in the water. But you want to connect to these rocks and then move over to the right-hand side of the wall, or the right-hand side of the cave, and then swim down into the mud. Avoid all of these stones, the green stones, because they will make you lose your swim if you're not careful, and just try and stay in the mud. We're going to swim over to where the bats are. We're going to scope, hit the bats once, turn around, and we're going to swim out of the cave. I'm going to swim round to the right, hugging this wall, up this little gap, and then you're going to touch the corner of this log and turn left into the thunder egg. I'll show you that one more time. We have a swim here when we're leaving the cave. We're going to hug this big flat rock on the right. We're going to turn into the wall here. We're going to go up this crease. We're going to turn left, touch this corner of the log, and then you're going to swim up, round onto the log. We do that fast. It looks something like this. And you should just hit the thunder egg, as long as you do a hard enough turn to the left. Cool, once you got the thunder egg, you're going to fall down here, next to this flat rock. Try not to jump, because you will take damage, so just fall off. Biting off can be a bit sketchy too. And then you're going to come into this rock, just do a ground swim. You can get what we call ground scammed here, which is where you get the dive and then you just slam into the ground. It's pretty common, but yeah, just keep trying it, you will get it here. We're going to swim back into the cave. Now we're going to do something called bat swim. And the idea of bat swim is that we want to keep a swim out of collecting the thunder egg for the bats mission. So we're going to come up to the bats. We're going to hit the bats, and then you need to follow this movement pretty closely. Don't worry about the line here, but when we get to this stone, we're going to lose the swim. We're going to run up to the left-hand side of the cave, and do not jump. We're going to walk out, come over to this wall under the waterfall, do a dive. And you're going to swim up the waterfall on this right-hand rock that sticks out. Move up to the left, and you can see this little indent here in the wall. We're going to swim up just to the left of that. If you have some speed, it's better. And you're going to swim up to the left of this rock. You're going to swim up towards the bats, hit the bats, and hold the scope button. And you should keep the swim. So now we let go of scope, and we're swimming. Now we're going to swim around to the left of Ken. We're going to grab these opals. We're going to come to the left here. As soon as you get this opal, we're going to turn all the way around. You can either do this by aim turning. So to aim turn, we scope, turn around, and then let go. You have to wait a couple of seconds. If you do it too fast, tie won't turn. Like that. So you want to turn and then let go, and you can turn around really quickly. Or if you are at speed, or if you're not at much speed, you can just spin around like that. But yeah, if you're going really fast, you can stop and turn like that really quickly. Right, we're going to turn back around, and this divider, which when you're going down the water slide normally, just separates the two paths. This divider in the middle. When we approach it, we're just going to swim over it, and we're just going to spam space to jump out of the swim. Like that. And now you're going to start on the opal path. Now, when you're starting out with 100%, I strongly recommend that you take this second slide very, very, very slowly. There are a few really nasty opals. I'll point them out. The first one is here. After this opal, you're going to want to... this opal, you're going to want to swing hard to the left, and then back to the right to grab that one. That one can be very, very easy to miss. And then the second one, which is about here, you just need to hold hard left into the wall, and you should keep it. You should get that opal. So hard right into the wall. Directions. Okay. Carry on with the opal path. Swing to the left here to grab that one. And then the rest of it is fairly straightforwards. When you get to the end, we're just going to grab this cog. There's two ways. You can either jump up there with an extended glide and do a ledge grab, or you can jump up to the left here with an extended glide and then across to the cog. I think that's very slightly faster, but there's not much in it, so don't worry. Now we're going to do another ground swim, and we're going to do turkey in reverse, which can be a little bit tricky. So if you would rather do this entire section normally, just going straight through it, doing turkey forwards, fine. I can go over that when we finish walk. But for now, this is the route that I'm going to teach. We're going to fall off here. We're going to do a dive against this wall. We're going to swim over to this wall and just swim directly into the wall. Spam space at the top, and you should get over the wall. And now we're on the other side of the turkey. Let me show you that one more time. We're going to get a swim here. We're going to turn to the right. We're going to swim up the wall, and then spam space at the top to jump out. Cool. Now we're going to hit these two crates and go into the tree. Grab the bilby. Jump up the tree. Nothing too special. Make sure you get all the opals. If you miss one, you can glide on your way down to grab it. You should also know that you cannot take full damage in this tree at all. It's not possible. So if I just fall off, yes, Ty goes into the falling animation as if he's going to take damage, but you don't take damage in the tree. So you are absolutely fine to just fall off there, or jump off, or whatever. Cool. Here, we're going to grab these opals. We're going to come up to the left here, hit this crate, do a box jump for it. Hit this crate and do a box jump for it. It's okay if you don't miss, if you don't get it. Hit this crate and do a box jump for it because it comes up quite quickly. And then we're going to get the turkey. Now the turkey can go one of two ways. There are only two directions that the turkey can go in this situation. It can either go away from us, that way, or it can go towards us here. Usually, when you approach it from the front, you take a wide line, bite it from the right as if it was going to run to the right, and then if it runs to the left, you would just follow it up and bite it over there. But we can't do that in this case, so we need to be able to get this turkey regardless of which way it goes. Now the great thing is this turkey will run slightly forwards this way. From where we're looking at him, he'll run to the left, very, very slightly before he starts. So we want to be basically in front of him and then run into the left. Now the great marker for this is this dark green little shrub here. So we're going to run up to that little dark green plant and then turn right into the turkey and bite. Like that. And regardless of which way he goes, you should be able to get the thunder egg. Can be a little bit tricky, recommend you practice. But yeah, that's turkey movement, reverse turkey. So if you come into turkeys normally, if you're coming in from this angle and you don't want to do the swim around over that wall, we are going to run in a really wide angle, straight ahead, parallel to the turkey. So we're just going to run straight forwards this way and bite. And the turkey will sometimes run towards us. He didn't in this case, so he ran to the left. So we're just going to follow him around. We're going to hit the frill there, hit the frill there. And you're going to run directly into his face. And you should get the turkey. That's it. Nice and simple. So in the case where he runs to the right, we are taking a nice big wide line so that we can catch him if he does. Run straight forwards and bite into him. And there we go. We get the turkey. Cool. So now we're going to come along here. Run back to the start. Skip the turkey cutscene, which is still there. We're going to run over to the left here. And there's a few different swims here. I'm going to opt for come to the third crease in. So this is the first one. This is the second one. This is the third one. I'm going to bite the leech because otherwise I'll bite him. And we're going to come up to this crease. We're going to run into the wall for a second. And then we're going to jump and dive. There was a leech there, so I bit that. Do it again. There we go. Okay. So we're going to get the magnet. We're going to hit these opals. We're going to hit the crate. I'm going to turn into the left and grab these opals. Grab these. And then we're going to take as tight of a line as we can up the mountain. Now, we should be nearing the threshold. So we should be able to just cut corners here. And with the magnet, be able to collect a bunch of the opals. It's hard to know what the opal count should be at the top here because of that magnet, the attraction you get from that magnet. So we're going to come up to Shatter here. There we go. We go in. Okay, it doesn't matter which order you hit these in. We're going to hit them 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're going to go 5. We're going to go 4. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. Right. The timing for hitting these is just a little bit before they get to the fence post. Before it. And on this first one, it's just as they're turning around the corner here. So you can see the blue tongue turns there. And we would hit it just as they're turning. And it would hit them. You can use this last one as backup. If they go past it, this one will hit them regardless of how far they are past the rock. There we go. And then on the last one, we're going to hit it just as he starts turning. Boom. And then we're going to hold scope. And we should keep a swim out of it. I didn't in that case. It can be a little bit sketchy, a little bit temperamental, but a lot of the time you will keep a swim out of that. And then we're just going to take the swim. And we're going to come and get these opals. I'm not going to go back and get the swim. I don't think there's much point. And it will drag this out. And then when we get to the bridge, you want to run onto the bridge. You want to make sure we go onto the bridge because it will activate a trigger that sorts out a warp flower down there that we're going to need. We're going to jump down to here. If any opals are missing, grab them. You're going to grab the cog. And then we're going to do a nice little jump from this green bush here. You want to stand at the top side of the bush. And you're going to do an extended glide over this wall. And you should be able to land down on the bilby. Get the thunder egg. Going to do that one more time. Jump, glide over the wall. You should be able to land on this platform and grab the bilby. We're going to turn around and go into the warp flower. And the warp flower, which should be there now, will take us back up to the top of the bridge. Where we can get this magnet. And it should collect all of the remaining opals in the level. Including the ones that we missed in the valley. We're going to jump back up here. Back up onto the bridge. And then we're going to run along the side here to the opal collector. We're going to get the opal collector. And then we're going to main menu. And now the time attack's here. We're going to go into the time attack and just finish the time attack as normal. Good time here is like, I think 39, 38, and 37 seconds. I can't remember off the top of my head. But again, this is not a time attack you need to worry about too much. Movement's fairly straightforward, and it's very hard to lose time on this time attack. Sure. Okay. That's walk in the park done. We're going to exit level. Alright, now, normally, we would be put outside the walk in the park portal. So we would spawn here, and we're going to go over to the Bull's Pen portal. So we can jump over that wall, and then we're going to go into the Bull's Pen through that Thunder Egg machine. Bull's Pen is a little bit confusing. We're going to run over to this pillar, you're going to stand to the left of it, and then you're going to bite from one side to the other. What we need to do is, if you imagine this is our pillar, right? This is the thing that the bull's going to run into, and the bull is running from this direction. What we want to do is want to run in front of the pillar, so the bull's running towards us. And you want to run just to the side of it, either the left or the right, it doesn't matter. So Ty should be like here. And if you imagine a line dividing the pillar in half, horizontally, sort of like that, then you want Ty to be on one side of it, on the side closest to the bull. And then just as the bull reaches it, just as he's about to hit you, you want to bite so that you're on the other side. If you are behind this line, when the bull gets to the pillar, he'll just walk around it. He'll stop and walk around it. So you need to make sure that you are in front of the pillar. Even if you're just to the side and in front, you want to be in front of the pillar. And then you want to move behind it so that the bull hits the pillar. For the first phase, you can just run in front and then bite behind. For the second phase, he will just run to the next one. So he'll finish what he's doing and he'll run to the second one. And then you do the same thing. You run to the next pillar, you're going to run in front of it, just to the side, and then bite to the other side of it. Third phase, he'll hit the ground. Now, after he's hit the ground, if you are in front of the pillar, the next one, if you're in front of the pillar when he hits the ground, after he's finished hitting the ground, he'll start scratching the ground with his like front paw. So you need to, or front hoof, I guess, because he's a bull. Yeah. So you need to avoid that, because it loses time. It loses a couple of seconds before he starts running. So to avoid that happening, you actually want to stand behind the pillar. So it's a lot of going back and forth from like behind in front of the pillar. So here's what you do. After the second phase, you stand behind the pillar. And then after he's taken about 2 or 3 steps, you run in front of the pillar so that he starts running towards it. And then you bite to the back of it. And then on the final 2 phases, I think it's the 4th and 5th phase, he's going to stomp the ground 3 times. And then he's going to start throwing rocks. Now in this case, you actually want to be way behind the pillar. Because when he starts throwing these rocks, you need to be able to move forwards to avoid them, because you want to be moving towards the pillar. And then when you get to the pillar, it should be after he's taken about 2 or 3 steps, you can then run around the pillar to the other side, so that you're in front, and then bite backwards. This avoids you taking damage to the rock. And then you'll turn around, and make him hit it. So this might seem confusing, I'm going to do it, and then hopefully it makes a bit more sense, because it is a little bit confusing. So we've done the first hit. We're going to come over here. We're going to stand in front of the pillar. And then bite to the back of it. And he hits it. Cool. Third phase. This is the one where he is going to slam the ground. And we need to be behind the pillar. And then we're going to wait for him to take 2 steps. Run in front. And then we're going to bite to the back. If we don't wait for him to take those 2 steps, he will swipe his paw on the ground and lose time. That is most problematic on these last 2. Because if you take damage or get hit, you'll have to run to the other one. It's a good backup. If you fail getting him to hit this pillar, you can always run over to that one and make him hit that one. Cool, so now we start throwing the rocks, we stay quite far back, and as the rocks are about to hit us, we just start tapping forwards. It takes 2 steps, we run in front, and then we bite to the other side. Now, just quickly, let me show you what happens if we don't do that. So if we just run straight in front of it. So I'm going to be a little bit too close to the pillar when I start. And he's going to start throwing the rocks, and I'll run in front of the pillar before the bull is running. And you'll see he like swipes his paw on the ground and stops. And we have to wait. And we lose a little bit of time. And then we can do the same thing and it'll still hit the pillar. So you want to avoid that. That's the basics of Bull's Pen. I'm going to skip the cutscenes. And it should put us normally at Julius's lab. It doesn't because of practice mod. But if we exit level, we do get put at Julius's lab. This is where we'll want to end up. Because of 100%, because we use the Zoomerang a bit, we're going to come over to this. I'm going to just get the Zoomerang. You don't need any of the other rangs. I use the multi-rang, so I'm going to get that. You do not need any of the other ranks for 100%, but we do use the Zoomerang. So now we're going to do a trick called Mission Impossible. What we're going to do is we're going to leave through this door, turn to the right here and jump down. I will point out quickly that the camera can get a bit funky on this. So if you just try jumping straight out the door normally, the camera can get stuck. In weird and wonderful ways, like this, yeah. And it can really mess you up when you're doing the jump down. So what I tend to do is keep the camera high and then pull it down as if you're trying to pull the camera through the door. Think of the camera as a physical object, pushing up and then down through the door. And then we pull it back up to where we're comfortable with it. One more time. Keep it high, pull it down, and then back up. So then we're going to jump down here, tap once to avoid taking damage, and then we are going to jump and dive on this crease. You can see there's like a vertical line running down the wall here, where it divides like a dark section of the wall and a light section of the wall. You just want to jump and dive at that section. And then we're going to turn to the right, and you're going to swim up this wall towards this post. And you're going to swim underneath his lab. Turn left. Come up to this little tree. You want to go to the left of this tree, towards this bit of the wall. And swim up. Then we're going to swim up this bit of the wall. And then you're going to come over to this corner. Now you can see there's this little rock here. We don't care about this little rock. We care about this big wall here. You can swim up any part of this wall, but we want to be kind of on this corner for the trick. So we're going to swim up this wall here, through this tree, up to the edge. And you'll notice if you get close here, there is nothing beyond this. It's just void. So you do not want to fall off here. Instead, you want to turn to the left to this corner. You want to follow it along, and then you're going to swim off of this. Wait a tiny amount of time, and then spam space. You do not want to spam space off of this because you will take damage. I'll show you that quickly, and then we'll go over it again. Yeah. In some cases, you will fall into the water here. This is fine. We can recover this. But if you fall onto that platform, like onto the tunnel, from that height, you will take damage and slide off into the void. So you want to avoid that. So instead, we just leave a little gap between when we start falling and when we jump. And we should always jump out of our swim with a short enough distance that we'll fall onto the tunnel without taking damage. Through the tree, turn left, and then we're going to tap space after we've fallen a little bit so we land on this tunnel. Now we're going to turn towards this thing here, which is the entrance to Hub 2, and we can jump into the top. That's why we call it Mission Impossible. It's because you can jump down into the top of the... You can see it's got like an open top. You can jump down into it. So we're going to do a jump. You don't need to extended glide, but we should be landing on the Snow Warriors portal. And this is why we do Snow Warriors first, because it is fastest if we do this trick. If you fell into the water, you can swim towards where the Snow Warriors portal is, like this. And you can just press R, or whatever your interact button is, and you should just go into it, like this. And now we're in Snow Warriors. You come over to the wall, jump and dive, back to the right. This wall, up this wall, turn to the left, don't spam space, we jump out of it, and then we just jump over, and we should be in Snow Warriors if you just tap R, or spam R as you're falling. Or whatever your interact button is, should say that, spam R and you'll go into Snow Warriors. So, at the start of Snow Warriors, you're going to walk forwards and skip the cutscene, but you're going to go behind the house. And then you can do a jump and a ledge grab up here. There is another option where you jump up to this and then you do a turn up here. You just want to get up to this platform. And you're going to grab this cog, and now we're going to do a main menu because it's actually faster by a small amount, especially with loadless. It's faster to walk back here after getting that cog. We're going to speak to Sheila, then we're going to turn around and we're going to head straight down to these snow piles. And you're going to hit the bottom snow pile here before those four. And hit this one. You can go between these four roofs. Hit this one. That's Gummy. We're going to come over to this one. This is Kiki, the best koala. I'm going to grab that one. And then we are going to jump around this corner. And up to these opals. And we're just going to follow this opal path. It's fairly straightforward. No tricks yet. Let me hit the cog. And then you should get a magnet from this basket. This magnet's good, but it's not the magnet we want. I'm going to grab these opals. What we actually want is this magnet, because there's a bunch of opals on the ice, and ice movement is very, very tricky. So we want to be able to get all of them. Basically, with a magnet, it makes it a lot easier. So we are hoping we get this magnet. We do. So we're going to grab it. Come along this path. Grab these opals. And then as you're coming down here, you want to hold back quite early so that you grab those, you come down and grab these, and then you move across to the side and grab these, and then we're going to come back up to these ice spikes. We're going to jump all the way across them, and you're going to take damage on them. Now, again, if you imagine these ice spikes a little bit like the pillars in Bullspen, with like a dividing line, if you fall on one side of them, you will be pushed back in that direction. So we do want to be taking damage here because we're going to use a death abuse. And if we fall on the far side of them, then we'll be damage boosted in the direction that we want to go anyway. It just saves a little bit of time, but we do have to take the damage either way. We're going to pick back up on the opal path. And now we just route these opals by jumping between the platforms. Pretty straightforward. There's a fairly straightforward route for grabbing these. If you jump up here, you can do an extended glide down onto this platform. Then we jump up to Elizabeth, jump back down, get this one, jump across to this one, gonna fall off, jump up to this, jump across to here, jump back, and then we jump up to Katie, and then we bite off. Be very careful not to jump off of that platform because you will take damage. We could come over here and hit these ice blocks, jump up to the Bilby, turn around, bite off of this ice block, and then carry on moving. It is not really been looked into that much whether it's faster to jump on these slopes. I don't personally think it is, but it doesn't lose any time, so it's fine for you to do it. I'm going to bite this Bilby, and then we're going to come around this corner and grab these 3 opals. Don't forget these 3 opals, some of the most commonly missed in snow. Alright, we're going to move up towards this sign, and then we're going to hard turn to the right. We're going to jump onto this cog. Then we're going to turn around. And we're going to come down and start getting these opals in a ring. After this opal, we're going to hit this frill so he doesn't kill us. And then we're going to get the Bilby. We're going to turn around and start grabbing these opals. And then you want to finish by walking into the blue tongue and letting him hit you. And when you die, you respawn back at Sheila. Isn't that useful? Very nice. So now we're going to carry on down the opal path. We're going to turn left after getting 4 opals. We're going to come and get Mim, who's in this snow pile. And there's only 1 koala left, and that's Booney. We turn back around, grab these opals, and carry on with the opal path. Now, you'll be happy to hear there is absolutely nothing other than picture frames down on the left side of the ice over there. So instead, we're just going to come down here, grab this opal. Please make sure you jump up to this one. I've missed this opal in several runs, and it does kill it. We're going to grab Booney. And then we're just going to jump between these platforms. You do not want to be gliding. Gliding loses time. It slows your forwards momentum down. You can tap to feather your jump. It's like mini glide, but don't hold glide. You can avoid it. And by the end, there's a few platforms where you can just do like a single jump between them. It's that one. My fault. There we go. Okay, we can bite off the sledge into a cutscene that we'll skip. Then we're going to get 3 or 4 opals. We're going to turn to the left, and we're going to come over to this platform in the middle. We're going to run up it to the left a bit, and then you're going to turn hard to the right. So you get about halfway up, and then turn to the right. And you should just run up the side. Do that one more time. Going to run up the left, and then turn to the right. And you should run up. Cool. We're going to grab the opals. And ideally, the blue tongue can throw a rock at you. Like that, and stun you out of the cutscene. So you want to be looking for him to throw a rock. If he's just thrown one, then don't worry about it. Just carry on. Yeah, you want to be looking for that. You can bite off of that platform. I didn't, but you can. And then we're going to get all of these opals up to about here. And you're going to turn to the right. And come and grab these opals. Now, there are 2 very distinct paths here that we can take. So I'm going to go over both of them. One of them requires a pretty advanced trick. So once I've finished the underwater section, I'm going to save the game. And then we'll go over both paths. Because it's important that you know both. So this trick, we're going to slide down the ice, and then we're going to let go of forwards. So we just hold forwards until we get to the bottom where we start sliding onto the sheet of ice, and then you're just going to let go. Hold forwards, let go, and you should slide straight forwards and into the cog. I broke the ice, so I can show you one more time. I'll also show you what happens if you just hold forwards, because it is tempting. So if you just hold forwards or hold it for too long, then you'll just fall into the ice like that. You want to be letting go before you've reached the ice, and you should just slide across it. As long as you're not holding any direction button while you're on the ice, you will not break it. We line up with the cog, hold forwards and let go. And then boom. If you overshoot it or undershoot it, you can hold shift and just turn back, or hold your walk button rather, and turn back towards the cog and then just jump to grab it. Then we're going to dive into the water. Yabby movement. We're going to swim down until we activate the cutscene. Then as soon as you've activated the cutscene, you're going to do a full 180 and start hitting the Yabby. You go hit him so that he moves over towards this bubble thing. The Yabby will always move in the direction that you hit him. So if we hit him, it will move forwards in that direction. As soon as you see him stop and jump, you're going to swim over to the cave, turn around with scope, and you should see he's following you. Cool. So once he's in, you're safe. You don't need to wait for him to get in. You can just start hitting these before he gets in, and he'll he'll walk in between these last two, between this one and the wall. So you don't need to hit this one. Basically, don't hit this one until he's fully in, and then just hit it, and you can start swimming out, and it should just give you the Thunder Egg. To explain that one more time, we start the Abbey cutscene, we turn around, we hit him into this bubble thing, and then once he stops moving and he jumps, we're going to turn, we're going to swim into the cave, we're going to scope, hit 1, 2, 3, 4, wait until he's in, hit 5, and then start swimming off, and you should get the Thunder Egg. Then we're going to come over here to the left, follow the opal path, flick off to the left and hit this button, and then come back onto the opal path, and follow it all the way through. We hit the button to open a gate. It gives us a cog. It is a little bit tricky to see these opals sometimes. We're going to turn to left and ignore that cog for a second. It's a little bit tricky to see these opals because they look a little bit like the bubbles. We're going to leave through the gate, and then we're going to swim directly into this cog. Now we can do what we call a flick turn, which happens when you collect a cog underwater. So we're going to swim into it, and then just before we get it, we're going to flick hard to the left like that. And it lines us up better after the cutscene's finished to carry on with the opal path. Okay, there's one opal on this path which is slightly lower than all of the others, and it always messes me up. We're approaching it now. This one, and then we come back up to this last one. And now I need to diverge and show you two different routes. So I'm going to save this into two different slots. Here we go. We're going to do this on the first one first. So this is what you would do if you are a beginner and you don't want to do any complicated tricks. You would swim over to this wall where we left the opal path, and you start grabbing the opals. This is the normal Snow Warriors route. And just follow the opal path. As we do, when we get to here, we're going to do a glide down to this cog. Now, the way we do this, we kill this through. We jump onto this corner, jump up to here, jump up to here. It's all nice and easy. And then you do an extended glide across to that platform. You can do it with a really, really good feathered jump without ledge grabbing. It is possible. It's very difficult, though. If you'd rather do it just without ledge grabbing fully, you can jump from the higher section and do it that way, which is a lot easier to do. Like that. But either way, cool. We're going to bite down, grab these opals. And then we get this opal. And then we turn to the right. So we should be on 164. We turn to the right. We jump up this slope. We bite into this bilby. Then we're going to come up here. And we're going to get these boxes. There's 2 crates up there. 1 and 2. We jump up here. You want to be jumping up this slope. As soon as you touch the ground, you want to be jumping again. We're going to turn to the right, and we're going to come into this first cave. This is the Icicles cave. And you want to hit the icicles in the correct order. The correct order is always red, orange, yellow, green, blue. The spiders will sometimes hit you. I've noticed they are much less likely to hit you in 100% than they are in any percent, which is great. So we don't need to worry about them hitting us too much. We're going to grab the crate and the rest of the opals, and we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave the cave. We're gonna jump on this basket. You don't have to jump on the basket. You can just use these platforms as normal, like this. But we jump on the basket. We line up for jumping on the basket. There's like a little moon shape on the ground here. Oop. Here this little moon shape-ish. We're just going to jump at about that, and we should land on the basket, and then we can jump up. Cool. So we're going to jump across the ice platforms in the sky, all the way over to the bilby, glide down to it, and then bite it. Now we're going to turn into the second cave, the secret cave. And now we're going to do our first charge bite of Hub 2. I'm going to charge bite into the cog, and we should get all the opals. It's a little bit finicky. If you miss one, that's fine, just grab it. And we should be at 198 here, that is correct. We're going to leave the cave and go in a straight line, and you're looking for this little dip in the geometry, just here. You're just going to run straight down this little valley. We're going to run down towards this crate. Break the crate, do a box jump. Try not to hit the frills. Run over to the left here. And you're going to jump down onto this grey rock. And you should just be able to walk down it. Glide at the bottom, and then pick back up on the opal path. So now we finish the left-hand side of the mountain. This is one of the only uses of the multi-rang for me, is I am so used to getting hit at the top here. You may as well just spam the multi-rangs to get rid of these frills. The trick to getting this cog, this will also happen in the other route, but the trick to getting this cog, you want to come to these steps, come to the corner of this top step, the left corner here. I'm just going to jump and extended glide up to the metal beam. That, grab the cog, and then turn around and jump back. I'm going to carry on up the steps. When we're at the top of the steps, we're going to turn to the right. I'm going to grab like this opal, and then turn to the right. So we're going to come over to this fenced in section, and you want to be at this post. It's 2 from this, the gate. So 1 post, 2 posts from the gate. Go up to it, scope in, turn so you're facing these frills, look directly up, and just throw your rangs. And you should hit the button, and it opens the gate. So now we can go in the gate. Get all the opals in here. You can charge bite for them if you want. And then leave. I'm going to head back up towards Mill. And that is the normal Snow Warriors route up to Mill. And now I'm going to main menu, and I'm going to load into the other save to show you the swim route. This is what we call mat abuse. So you're just going to swim up here and then dive back down, because now we have full health. Okay, just next to the Abbey Cave, there's this big flat wall here, marked by the sign in practice mod. And you want to be looking for this weird veiny shape that comes down the wall. And you want to swim into like the fat part of it here. About here is where I start. And then we're going to turn all the way around and look up towards the edge of the ice. And you want to look for this spot where the cursor is now. There's like a lighter patch with a tiny little dark bit right on the edge here. Just like pointing in towards it. And we want to swim up and try and hit that spot as fast as we can. It's a really hard trick, and it's really inconsistent, and we get it about 1 in 5 for me in a run. So this is definitely going to take some practice. But it is possible to keep a swim out here as an out of water swim. Again, you would need to practice this to get it in a run. There we go, we got it. Third try. So once we have this swim, we're going to take it around the ice and pick up these opals. Pick up back on the opal path. Ignore this cog for now, we'll get it later. Skip the cutscene that would be there. And we're going to start swimming up the mountain to the left this time, instead of to the right. You want to kill these Andes as quickly as you can. If you don't kill them, then you can take damage and be pulled out of the swim very, very easily. Okay, when we get to the top here, there's a really specific path. There's an invisible rock that's here that just isn't textured, so we can swim up that. Then we're going to swim up the left here, swim back across to the right, and hug into this wall, and just slowly tilt up until you get up that little step. And you're going to swim around that step, and then turn left and come up these steps. Spam your ranks so you don't get hit by the frills. Come up the steps a little bit, and then do a hard right up this wall, and come over to this fenced in section. Now you're going to swim over to this post that we used before. You're going to swim 1 forwards from that, so you're in line with the button. Look up, so the camera starts tilting down into the floor. You're going to turn left slightly and throw your rangs. And you should hit the button and open the gate. Then we're going to come in, hit all the crates, swim back out, down to the left here, and then tilt down as much as you can, and hug this wall, all the way down towards this crate. We're going to grab this crate, turn left, swim up across this little bit here that we come up before, or went down before. Then we're going to swim up this pillar and spam jump at the top. Make sure you look up and spam jump, and we're going to get the bilby. Okay. We're going to bite off. We're going to come into this first cave. We're going to do what we did before, where we hit them, hit the crates, and then we should be able to do a charge bite. Again, because I'm menued, I don't have the 100 opal minimum for the level, so I will not be able to charge bite. We're going to leave the cave. Turn left and head towards the icicle cave. This frill is useless, so we can kill him. We're going to hit the icicles. Red, orange, yellow. Interesting. Green and blue. If you get hit by the spiders, that's fine. That happens. You can bite them to avoid getting hit, but not that necessary. You don't lose that much time to getting hit by them. Okay. Grab the rest of the opals and leave the cave. Now this is really important. You need to be careful with your movement here because we are trying to avoid taking damage in certain places. Now I already took one hit of damage to the spiders, so I don't need to do one of the death abuse strats. But we're going to come over to these steps and notice that there is a checkpoint over there. We want to avoid hitting this checkpoint, but luckily that checkpoint has a really weird trigger radius, so we can actually just jump down this side here and avoid it. We're going to jump off of this step, do 2 taps on an extended glide, and then just let Ty fall, and you should fall directly down there heading towards the checkpoint, but you won't hit it, which is exactly what we want. There we go. We slide towards it, but we don't hit it, which is good. Okay, we're going to run around it, kill the blue tongues. If you have only taken 2 hits of damage here, sorry, from the frill, the first hit's from the frill, the second hit is from that death abuse strat from falling there. The third one we would get by doing the same thing that we did up there, down here. Do a double tap and then let Ty fall. I'm not going to do it because I'm 1 hit. We're going to kill these frills. We want to avoid this checkpoint. This checkpoint has a much bigger radius, but we luckily can get this bilby without hitting the checkpoint. But then we need to run across to the left here and then jump down until we have gotten to the bottom of where these steps finish. And then we can jump across towards these steps, jump over to here, and then jump and glide down to the cog. Once we've done that, we're going to turn around, we're going to jump back up here, and then we're going to jump off and just let Ty fall, and you take your last hit of damage, and you respawn back up here. You can see why this saves so much time now. It's because we do a massive death abuse that takes us all the way from down there to up here. So we've just traveled all of that distance in a couple of seconds, which is really, really nice. It cuts out a ton of movement time. We do our extended glide up to the metal beam. We turn, we jump off. And now we're going to jump up these steps and just follow the opal path. We no longer need to turn off to the right because remember we got all those crates earlier. I'm going to jump up this path. And then we're going to leave the opals 1 opal before the end and turn to the left and jump down these steps. You can just slide down the side here. It's a lot faster. I'm going to get these crates. And this basket, which can give us a magnet, is kind of useful. Mill skip is a bit of a confusing skip. Everyone teaches it in a different way, and it's used in any percent. So Lorne has a great tutorial on this in his any percent tutorial. But I'm going to do my best to explain it. You need to get really good with your extended glides for this run. It's vital for 100% and any percent that you are good with your extended glides. So just for a while, make sure you practice either in the practice world or just on the mountain or any bit of flat ground. Make sure you are practicing doing the second tap here. Boop, 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 boop. So we get really, really confident in our extended glides. Now, if you want to see that you're getting the extended glide a bit better, you can come into camera controls, turn track body on jump off temporarily. Please make sure you remember to turn this back on for a beginner. And then we can do the extended glides, and you can actually see time move up a lot clearer than with track body and jump on. So you'll know when you get the extended glide. I'd strongly recommend you also learn this trick with a practice mod, either mine or Lorne's practice mod, because when you fall off, which is bound to happen when you're learning, you'll get teleported straight back up here. Every time. And also make sure you have that checkpoint hit because you're going to take a lot of damage from practicing this. Okay, if you fall and you manage to save it and you're gliding, you can run over to the right here and just jump back up. That's fine. And then you can give it another attempt. So we're going to come over to this corner here. And your aim is to get in the gap between like, the corner where the fence meets this wooden platform. It's about there, and you can see Ty get stuck there for a second when I jump into it. So you want to jump and turn the camera so that you get into that spot. And once you've landed in that spot, then you're going to bite. This is the easy method, is to just jump in here and then bite. And you see Ty stops. He stops on the bite, he gets stuck there. But you will slide down again if you do nothing from there. So if I just show you what that looks like, if I just do nothing, I just slide off. Right. And we don't want that. We want to be stuck there for a second so we can jump up to the wooden platform here. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump up here and bite and then just hold forwards. And now we're stuck here. We're going to turn the camera all the way around. So we're looking sort of almost parallel to the mill path. And then we're going to hold forwards and jump at the same time. And we should get up onto the mill path. You might need to turn a little bit to get up here. So now we're on this wooden platform. We're going to line ourselves up with this fence and just jump and hold forwards onto the fence until we reach this fence post, this gate post here. And now there's two methods here. I'm going to teach both of them. These are the easiest two methods for getting up. In fact, I'll teach three. I'll teach three methods for getting up. So the first method is to, if you're comfortable with your extended glides, come over to this section of the fence and then do an extended glide directly to this corner from here. Like that. Which is not too hard when you get comfortable with extended glides, but to start out with, a lot of people are not comfortable with that. So instead, there's two options. We can either look at this little roof here on this window. The entire right-hand side of it is bad. You will fall off if you try and walk up the right-hand side of it. But the left-hand side you can stand on. So we can do a jump and a glide over to this left-hand side. Hold forward so you keep running onto it. And then you can turn to the right very slightly and jump so you get up to this bit of the roof. So that's the second way. And the third way, we're going to hit the button. And then this gate comes up. You cannot jump on top of this gate while the button is not been pressed, while it's down. But you can jump on it once it's been hit. So now we can jump to the top of the gate and then jump up to the roof. So those are our three mill methods. Now, if you're really uncomfortable with your glides and your jumps, then I recommend you do the button method. Because once you're up here, you can just jump up to this elevator and then jump up to the roof here. But all of the other methods, when you get up to this section of the roof, we just want to jump around the roof here to this section, and then up here, and then up here. So I'll show you what a full mill usually looks like for me. You might see some top runners doing something like this. This is not that tricky once you know what the trick to it is. And the trick is you do not want to hold your glide and you do not want to spam your glide. You just want to tap it once. So your extended glide should just be a tap and then another tap. Nothing else. So tap, tap, and then you get stuck in that corner. And then if you time your jump right, you can get a jump out of that corner and around onto the mill path without having to wait for the bite. Like that. So we jump up here, we grab the thunder egg. And then we're going to turn to the right. And we're going to jump, glide, and fall down onto this mill path to take some damage. If you haven't already, I took 2 damage from trying mill, so I'm not going to worry about that. Your next damage hit would be on this if you hadn't already taken damage. And your final damage hit before your death abuse. So you want to aim to have 1 health left going into this. You would just let Ty fall here and take your 3rd hit of damage. And then you're going to get the flame rangs out and just shoot all of these ice blocks. It's not entirely necessary, but get rid of them all. And then after a second, some spiders will fall. Now, we're going to talk about the spiders quickly. The spiders are very, very strange in this game, in Snow Worries, and they will refuse to damage you until they've already been hit. So this is something found by Silent. It's called spider manipulation. And what you have to do is let the spiders try to hit you. Then you hit them, and then the second time they try to hit you, you will be able to take damage from them. We have no idea why, we just know that it does work. So, first thing, spiders will fall down, they'll jump, they'll run over to you, try to hit you, then you hit them, and then when they hit you again, you will be able to take damage. So I'll show you that. So the spiders fall, they jump, you're looking for one to run over to you, hits me, I hit him, and then the second time he hits me, I do take damage. That's Spider Manip, and we can get up a lot faster than having to wait for the frills. Cool, so we're going to run over, grab the last opal, grab this Thunder Egg. You don't want to touch the blue tongues here. If you touch them, they won't hit you, but if they're just close to you, they will. So we want them to hit you out of the animation. Then we're going to grab the Thunder Egg, and then we're going to go back through the mushrooms. Cool, so we turn in the koalas, assuming we have them. Cool. And then we go and grab this, and we do time attack. As normal. There's not much movement to it. So about 150. And then we exit level. And at this point we should have everything in snow, and then just to check, everything in ship, everything in walk, and everything in tour. Nice. So now we exit level. And usually, again, we get spawned on this platform, and then we would turn around and jump into the Outback portal. Now, before we go into Outback, I would like to bring your attention back to an application that we installed a while ago. This thing that we installed. This is where this comes into play. Now, movement vectoring is a thing. So if you imagine that we have a circle, right? And then within that circle, we have the joystick. We'll imagine the joystick is like a lot smaller than the circle. In its little circle enclosure that it moves around between because it's on a ball, you imagine that like this is position 1 in like the horizontal, and this is position -1 in the horizontal, and then this is position 1 in the vertical, and this is position -1 in the vertical. Then at the start, at the center, when the joystick isn't being moved, it's at 0, 0. And this is how a computer will recognize a joystick and figure out how it's being moved. So when you move the joystick across to the right, you get 1 in the positive horizontal direction. So that means you're moving to the right. And when you move it up, you get a forwards movement. But what happens when you move the joystick to the top right? Well, with a joystick on a controller, you don't get the full movement. You don't get the full range of motion. You don't get 1 + 1 because the joystick environment is not square. It's not. Let me show you what it would look like. If the thing that the joystick sat in was a square or like a touchpad, then this circle would be able to move like this circle, which I will also make a different color to make it slightly easier to see. There we go. This circle would move like up to the corner here, and this would be positioned like 1, 1. So this would be its maximum position. This would mean 1 in the positive horizontal and 1 in the positive vertical. But because of the circle, you can't move it all the way up to this position 1, 1. You can only move it to the edge of the circle, which if you're mathsy and you want to know, it's 0.7 something because it uses Pythagoras to figure out. Don't worry, not important. What matters is it's impossible to get 1 in the horizontal and 1 in the vertical at the same time. So your movement in the diagonal direction is kind of limited when you're on a controller. The reason that joysticks are round and circle in like DualShock controllers and PS2 controllers onwards, or PSX controllers onwards really, is because of this. It's to account for movement in a diagonal direction. Now, when you have a keyboard, you are able to press D and W at the same time, which means you are giving a right hand input of 1 and a forwards input of 1 at the same time, which means you're now moving more in the diagonal direction than you would be if you were moving in just the forwards direction. And in the old patch of the game, when they first ported it to PC, they got this wrong, and they just allowed that to happen, and it meant that if you press W and D on a keyboard, you would just move at a faster speed diagonally. And then when they released a new patch, which included ground swimming, they kind of patched that. So they made it so that it doesn't work anymore, you can't do it on a keyboard. But they forgot to take into account what would happen if you were able to give an input of forwards on one input device and an input of right or left on another input device at the same time. So for a while, in any percent, we would be using a controller to move forwards and then A and D to move left and right at the same time to get this extra movement speed. But this is a pain. It limits access to the game because a lot of people don't have a controller. So we found a program called Key to Joy. It was made by Lyre or something. I can't remember the name. I think it's Lyre, Luttje, Luttje. And they made a great program which lets you emulate a controller with keyboard inputs. That's what Key to Joy is. So when we set up this mapping, what we're actually setting up is, in my case, a mouse button which does the forwards movement on the controller for you. And then you just press A and D to get this extra speed. So let me just go into Outback real quick. We need to enable Key to Joy. And now if I hold that mouse button that I assigned it to, I move forwards. I'm not pressing anything on the keyboard right now. I'm just holding forwards. And you can see the ball moves at a somewhat decent pace, but it's the same as if I were to just hold forwards on the keyboard. It just moves at a normal pace. However, if I hold the forwards on the mouse button and I hold a side direction on the keyboard at the same time, you can see we get this massive boost of speed and we can maneuver through Outback way faster. Now the trick to this, and the reason it's so difficult for a lot of new runners, is having the camera about a 45-degree angle to the direction that you're moving in and flipping back and forth between A and D whenever you need to switch the direction that you're moving in. So yeah, I'm holding D right now and I'm also holding the mouse button. And then if I need to turn, if I need to turn to the left, I'll hold A and turn the camera about 90 degrees so that we're going in the other direction. It's not 90 degrees, it's a much smaller turn. We're just turning the camera so that it's facing the opposite direction to the direction we're moving in, so we can sort of move towards the corner, because remember, we're moving in a diagonal direction. And we can also maneuver the camera so we can see where we're going. We want to balance being able to see where we're going and also moving in the right direction at the same time, which is a little bit tricky. If you just move around with Outback movement for a while, you will get used to it over time. And yeah, if we try instead holding W and the direction at the same time, we get this. See, we're moving a lot slower now. And if I switch to the other side, we're still moving slow. And if I then switch back to the controller button, boom, we speed up. Huge speed boost. So yeah, we want to be using Outback movement to get around as much as we possibly can throughout this level. The route for Outback is fairly variable. You can do things in several different orders and you won't lose much time at all. I'm going to go with the order that we usually go with, which starts with us doing emus. Cool, so we'll start with doing emus. So this is the Outback Safari map. This is where we start over here. And this is the emus area over here. And this is what we want to look at. We want to see what it is we actually need to get in the emus area and what we're going to get later. So I'm actually going to draw some lines on here to show you what we need to get during emus and what we can clean up later. We start emus about here and we need to get everything in sort of this area. I'll explain more in a second. The reason we only need to get that is because after emus and after we've done Shatter Push, we're going to come back through this area to do water towers. So we spawn back here again by doing the emus warp, and then we're going to get all of these crates during the water towers warp, and then we're going to do water towers, and then we're going to get all of these crates after water towers, kind of like that, and then we cut across here and do that. So that's the line we take after water towers. Now let me get another color real quick, and you can see what it is we actually need to get during emus. So we start here. We need to get the crate in front of us. That's easy enough. We need to get this crate. We need to get these three in this connecting section and the cog. And there's one random crate in that connecting section. Cool. Then we also have this one random crate on the side here, which we can get whilst we're getting the emus on this side. We have the bilby that we need to get on the way through here. Then we have these crates in the midsection of this road. 3 crates down the side here. All of the crates on this line. 1 crate off to the right. And then all of these crates. And that's it. That's really not that much to get. I'm going to ignore the emus for a second. And just show you what it is we need to get. So we get the 1 crate in front of us. We get this next crate. We get these 3 crates on this section. And the one that's off to the side here, which we can get later, but I'll get it now. There's no real specific order that I have personally found for this yet. I don't know if Karma uses a really specific order, but you can check his route. But it's better that you just know what it is you need to collect. You can ignore all of these crates down this path. If you grab them, it's not the end of the world, but you don't need to. We need to get this bilby. We also need to get these crates along here. You could do with getting this one as well, just to make your path a little bit easier, and even this one can make your path slightly easier. And then you need to get the crates down here. There's 3 on this side. Right? 3. And then we turn around and there's 1 on the right. And that's everything we need to get. That's all of it for emus. And then we get everything else later. So the other thing during emus is knowing how to tackle the emus. Now, they come in a very, very specific path, and emus are incredibly complicated, and there is a ton of RNG surrounding it, because they can move off in really wild directions. Like, I mean, I think 2 of them have ended up over there this time, which is rare. But yeah, they can move off in very wild directions. But at the start, they all start in the same positions. So you can start out the route in the same way every time. And we start out the route by hitting an emu that's running towards us here, and then there should be one behind us to the left. And then we can either carry on in that direction and do it clockwise, or we can carry on in this direction and do it counterclockwise. But how do we actually get the emus? So you want to aim towards the emu and throw your rank. It's that simple, and it should connect. Now, when you do this, if you still have movement going into it, when you throw the rank, you can start right clicking or doing your bite button to move closer to the emu. So you want to be coming at them fairly head on. You don't want to be at an angle to them, because then you can't move directly towards them. So I'm going to throw it that one. Once it finally connects, I can start biting in towards the emu. Okay. So that's the basics. Now, if you're a bit crazy like Carmel or Cave or Lawn, and you want to grind emus for hours and hours on end, that's fine. You can do that, and you will get really good at emus over time when you start learning their patterns and figuring out how best to collect them. But if you want the #1 cheapest trick to getting faster emus, make sure you are basically on top of the emu when you throw the rang. So we want to be as close to the emu as possible when we throw the rang, so that we don't have to move much at all. It's like we run up to the emu, throw rang, and then we just collect it. We don't even need to do the bite thing necessarily. We get close to the emu, and then we get it. Easy. It is the #1 tip to getting faster at emus. If you try to pull an emu against a wall, it will not necessarily pull the emu in. It can get very buggy. So you can, if you have an emu stuck against a wall and you try throwing the rang, you will never be able to get it. And if you have an emu which is stuck against the wall and you manage to grab it, then it can often upwarp and it will end up out of bounds, way on top of the, like this collision, and you won't be able to get it anymore. So you have killed your emus. Okay, so let me main menu, load back into the extra save I made, and then we'll overwrite the save. And I'll do an emus quick to show you what it should look like. I don't use Outback movement during emus personally, just because I find it too fast. So we're going to move forwards, grab these crates, and we're going to try and get this first emu here. Get close to him, right towards, cool. There's one that should be on our left, he's here. So we're going to grab him. Puts us right on top of this crate, which is nice. So we're going to grab these crates. I fancy doing it counterclockwise, so I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to grab these crates. Don't worry about being slow at this point. I'm going to grab this crate, turn around, grab this crate, and this one. And there's an emu over here, which is rare. I've never seen one go this far. We're just going to come and grab him. Grab these crates in the center. We'll get this bilby. And we'll turn around and grab this one, and this one, and this one. We don't need these crates, but it's nice to have them. Any crate you get now, you don't have to get later, and you can take a tighter line. There is one final crate we really need in this area, which is this one. And now we can head straight over to the final section with the cog. Get close to the emu. Go, that might break. I think that's a bad emu, yep. So we just go again. Get the emu. Then we're going to get the center line. I will get this emu because he's running off. We're going to turn around, grab the cog, and then we'll get that emu. And we should have everything we need in emus. Nice. Okay, something you might have noticed me doing, and it's a little bit of extra tech for Outback, is if you run into a wall and then turn around, you can turn around a lot quicker. So if we run into a wall, we can just turn around and bounce off of it. If you try turning around normally, you do this really, really long stop, but if you're against the wall, you turn around super fast. So after we've done emus, we can go straight into TA. In TA, you just have to take good lines and use Outback movement as much as you can. If you don't have Outback movement for this, it can be the hardest TA in the entire game. Just hold your Outback movement button hold the direction, and follow the path. On this spiral, if you feel like you're sliding out to the right too much, you can just lightly tap S or W to reduce your outback movement speed. At the top here, we want to bite. It will charge us down onto that wall and we get a tiny speed boost. If you hit that wall a little bit further forwards or a little bit higher, then you'll get a bigger boost. We'll get the remaining rings and bite off of here for a little speed boost. And then we'll carry on with the rings. Take as tight corners as you possibly can. Focus on routing directly from one ring to the next. Finish up on the rings. And a 129 is a super, super good time. Yeah, I'm getting like a 137 here. 136. That's all right. Okay. And then there is no collectible cutscene often for this TA. I don't know why. It might be from starting like moving. Sometimes there is. Turn around. Grab the crates. Then come over and grab these crates. Charge through all of this. Grab these crates. And this one. And these crates. And now we're going to go into possibly the most complicated mission in the entire game. So in this mission, we need to defend Shazza from some frills. But because of draw distance, we can avoid loading in those frills and instead just use the entire time to get a bunch of stuff in this entire area. So our goal is to clear out basically all of that and a little bit more. Let me draw the circle better. We're clearing out all of this before we go into the next section. And we're doing that all in 1 minute and 51 seconds, which is the length of Shazza if you don't push her at all. So the Shazza escort mission starts after we get these crates. We come up to here and we interact with this site. I'm going to start by grabbing these crates, following the crate path, and there should be a shed somewhere along this path. And we're just going to wait until Shazza's a little bit closer and then dive into the fence. And on the other side is a frill on a bike, and we're going to kill the frill on the bike. Get all of these, charge into that frill. Then we're going to follow the crates. We're going to charge into the next frill, which should be about here. Get the rest of the crates, charge into the final frill, which should be about here. And then carry on with the crates. Now, when you get to about here, you want to slow down, because roughly here is a trigger, which activates a frill about here, and a frill about here. And then there's also a trigger, I think, that's like here-ish. There's a few triggers along the path that are like here and here. But it's done based on your distance to Shazza. So Shazza and you have to be close enough for these triggers to activate. So you want to avoid activating these triggers, which will put these frills in place, because we're just going to be collecting stuff and we don't want to have to deal with these frills. Shazza's going to be way off doing our own thing. And as long as the frills don't hit her, we're fine. There's like 3 frills along the final path, which can hit her and you're safe and she won't take enough damage to die. So our goal is to route everything in this area, getting all of these crates, all of these crates, all of these crates, all of this, these cog, so on. Just get everything in this area, sort of like this. I'll go through it in game in a second. Everything here. And your goal is to finish, and this is very, very difficult. Usually I finish around here, but your goal is to finish so that you collect everything here, leading up to about here, as Shazza finishes the cycle. If you don't manage that, then you just have to go back and collect everything. But then afterwards, we'll come down here, grab this cog, and use that as our save point to save all the opals we just got, and reload back to here to go into the water towers. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go into it. So this is where we are. We are at the sign. We're going to activate it, and then we're going to go straight into it. We activate, we say yes. Then we're going to grab this crate, these 3, this one, and then we're going to charge into this frill to kill him. We're going to carry on with the crates. There's the next one. I'm going to charge straight into him. Cool. We'll come back and get these crates. I'm going to charge straight into him. I'm going to grab these crates. And now we're going to stay back a little bit, because we don't want to activate too many more of the frills. There's one that's going to chase Shazza, and that's okay. We'll damage Shazza, and now we can move. Use outback movement to get out of the tornado. Grab the crates. And now if you feel like you've been fast enough, you can come over here and grab this cog. Grab these crates, and then the cog that's here. And you should be safe on Shazza now. You should be, yep, you can see her in the distance, so you are close enough that she's not going to take damage from you being too far away. Ooh. And you can also safely know that the frills are not going to spawn in and kill her. So now we're good. We grab these crates. We stop using outback movement for these crates. Turn back around and carry on with the opal path. Grab all of these, hit the bilby. Come up here and get this cog. And this is about where I hit my limit, because I can see her, she's already way off in the distance, so I am not going to be fast enough here, and that's fine. It's okay, I'll show you how to back it up if you're not fast enough, like me. Grab these crates and these ones, and she should be about to finish now. Hopefully I'll be able to get these before she finishes. Nope, okay, that's fine. Alright, so once you've finished, whatever you missed, you're just going to go and grab it. I'm going to collect it all. And this is the one mandatory save game if you did miss anything. Grab that opal, and then we'll grab these, and the cog. And then we're going to finish grabbing the rest of the opals, as we were before. Shazza can break these crates, so you might see random opals lying about like this. This is where Shazza has grabbed them. We'll grab this, and then we're going to save game. We save the game, and then we main menu. And that will save all the opals that we just got. Silent said you go back to that cog to save quicker. No, you don't. The run back to the cog is longer than the time it should take you to save if you're saving quickly. So, depending on where you are, let's say you missed one opal, you would, yeah, if the crates are really close to the cog, you would absolutely grab the crates and then grab the cog. But if they're a distance away from the cog, if you're having to collect them like back where I was, you would absolutely not run back to the cog because you are losing time. Instead, you just get the cog first and then run to them and grab the opals. However, if you got all of them, if you got all of the crates, except the ones that we pointed out, like near the end, you would grab these ones, grab some crates here, grab these, and then you would walk into this cog and then immediately just main menu. Because you really, really don't need to worry about the save there if you've hit the cog. Remember, autosave happens when you collect a cog or a thunder. Okay, so now we're going to do a walk to emus, and then we're going to turn around and grab these crates. Something like that. You're going to grab this crate and then turn into Ken and activate the water towers mission, which turns off emus. Isn't that lovely? Cool. I'm going to grab this crate, charge into this, grab this crate, and these ones. Ooh, missed that one. Go around this house and grab these crates, where you can charge into this house, or water tower rather. My bad. Grab these 3 crates, this crate, and you're going to turn back to the right and grab this cog. Not like that. Let's try that again. I'm going to grab that crate, turn back to the right, and then grab this cog. There we go. You're going to charge into this water tower. Grab all these crates. And these ones. And you're going to come back out onto the path here to grab this crate. Collect up all of these and the bilby. There's 2 crates here. And then we're going to charge into the final water tower. Okay, then we're going to turn around and go back into the water towers area to the right here and grab these 3 crates. So we get a better line coming down this path. And we're just going to use outback movement to get all of the crates along this path. Now, up to this point, opal checks have been damn near impossible because you get a variable amount of crates during emus, depending on where the emus are and if you've randomly run into some of them. So when we get this crate, we turn around, we're going to grab these ones, and then we're going to go up towards the upper section of the level. And that's where we'll know if we're on the right opal count. So 212 before you move over to this section is correct. So yep, we're on the correct opal count. So there we go. We're going to start up the spiral. Slow down for these 3 crates very, very slightly. And then get back on the opal path. Remember, you can tap S to slow down your speed. Get this cog. When you're using outback movement, S is your friend for slowing down your speed if you're going too wide on the turn. And then when you get up to this hill, this jump, there's a nice big jump here. Let's see, show you. There you go. What you want to do is stop using outback movement. It seems counterintuitive, but if you use outback movement to go off of this this slope, then you will go too far and you will overshoot the cog. What we want to do is aim for that cog, so aim for the right hand side and just stop using outback movement. And you should fly directly onto the cog like that. Then we're going to turn, grab this crate, and then outback movement back on, and carry on the opal path. Don't miss opals here. If you miss opals on this path, it's gonna cost you a lot of time. I've done it once, never again. You're gonna grab these 3 opals, you're gonna turn to the left, and you're gonna charge directly into this shed. And try and hit the cog. Then we're gonna grab these crates. Any you missed, you're gonna grab this one, these 2, this one, these 3. Turn off to the left and grab these ones. Then come back. Turn up to the left here, grab the final crate there, and speak to Kem. The way this mission works, it's really simple. You just need to hit every single one of the toxic barrel things 3 times. But you only have 2 ranks, so there's 2 options. I'll show you the 2. You would either do this, where you do 2 rangs and then wait for 1 and hit it, and then move to the next one. 2 rangs, 1, and then wait for the next one. You can hear the sound for when your rank comes back. So 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, or you can fall into another pattern, and the other pattern is basically where you just hit them 3 times on like a cycle like this, so you're constantly throwing your rang on the timing for when you get the next one back. It's kind of what I prefer, so we'll get back onto that, and you would literally, all you need to do is just hit all of them 3 times, and then when you've done that, it's over. If a frill comes and repairs one, you'll have to kill the frills and hit the tube again. Yeah, just hit them all 3 times and you're done. Nice and easy mission. Shouldn't take you any more than like 15 seconds. You're going to come out to the left here. Don't forget this bilby. Really easy to forget. Don't forget it. And then also there's a cog here. There's some rocks missing from this level that would usually be here. It's a practice mod thing. Don't worry. Just grab this cog. And then we turn around. And we're going to leave and charge into this thunder egg. Make sure you're on a good line before you do the charge. There's 1 crate outside of this waterfall. Then we're going to turn into this waterfall where there's 3. And then get back on the path. We should be at 291. So that's good. Back on the path. Grab all of these. Grab this one. And then turn back around. You want to break the shed. So you touch the bilby that's in the shed. And then hit the 2 crates, and then turn around and get the thunder egg, which is very doable, like that. And then we turn around and get the thunder egg. And we turn, and we hit this. And that's it. That's the whole of Outback. Moving on to my favorite level of the game, but definitely not of the speedrun. Bridge on the River Ty. So this time, when we would exit Outback Safari, we also get put onto this platform. But this time we can just hold back and press our interact button and go directly into bridge. So we just hold back and press interact and we go into bridge. Now, I need to preface this by saying this is a tutorial for beginners and this is a fairly beginnery-ish route. I'm still going to teach complicated tricks, but this is not the fastest route. I need to say that. I need to preface this. This is absolutely not the fastest route, but this is what I think is the most forgiving and simple and basic route for beginners, and it's what I do in my 100% PB. So I'm going to turn around, I'm going to hit this crate, and do a box jump for it. Then we're going to turn back, and we're just going to start on this opal path. We're going to grab all of the opals on the bridge, but not that one. Then we're going to turn around and we're going to dive into the water. And we're going to get these opals. And then we're going to route these opals in a really specific way. You get this one, turn and get this one. And then we turn back and get... Nope. You get the first one, we turn and get the middle one. Then we turn to the left and get this one. And then turn this one, that one, and then we move on. Just get all the opals. Then we're going to get those ones. We're going to jump up to here, grab the bilby, and then jump back and dive in the water. We're going to come over to this wall and just do a jump and a glide to grab here. You want to be further to the right than you think. If you go further to the left, it's impossible to grab here for some reason. But if you're quite far to the right, you can grab very easily with a nice extended glide. I'm going to teach bridge swim very, very quickly because it is good to know, but I do not recommend this to beginners at all. We walk into this bit of land and then we're going to scope and we're going to look for a really specific pattern on the grass, and it's this. It's like these two dark lines here. There's one line that goes up like that. I'm not tracing it very well. There we go. And there's one line that kind of comes down like this. And we're going to look for the left-hand one and aim very slightly towards it, like that, and to the bottom of it. Then we're going to unscope, run into the wall, jump, let go of W, and then dive. And the timing of the dive is kind of specific. It's really hard to explain without you just having a go for yourself. But that's the idea. You don't need to re-aim every single time, just if you feel like you've missed the lining. There we go. And eventually you should get this swim. This is a bridge swim. And then to get it out the cave, we need to stay really low to the wall and really parallel to the wall. The reason I don't recommend this to beginners is even if you get a really quick bridge swim at the start here, like that, getting it out can be really painful. So we stay low, we stay parallel, and then we swim up here. And we're going to take the exact same route either way. With my route, we're going to take the same route whether we have the swim or not. So I'll show you with the swim. We'd swim this way a bit, then back around the other way, get all the opals, and then back up. Ooh, I missed one. Back up the opal path. Up to this opal. We turn back, lose the swim here, and then do a jump and a glide down to this cog. Then we're going to fall off and grab this opal. And we're going to do this entire section in reverse. So we come over to this cobweb, we hit the cobweb, we wait for the spider to jump, and then we bite into the cog. You can bite into the cog, just make sure the spider has jumped fully first. So we're going to come back onto the opal path. We're going to jump across, do an extended glide, bite off, and then get the cog. Don't forget this cog, very easy to forget. Then we're going to turn around and pick back up on the opal path. And we're heading towards this bridge. We're going to do a trick called Bridge TA Swim. It's called Bridge TA Swim because we use it in the bridge time attack. So our goal is to get into the water and then swim out onto the land, but keep a swim onto the land. It looks like this. And the way we do it is we look at these two planks here. There's one here that sticks out over the water. I'm standing on it, or was standing on it. Here we go. This one. And there's also this plank which is on the land, and it's like part of this fence post. And we can see that it's like pushing Ty in a really awkward way. So we want to be swimming into this post, but you want to be swimming into the seabed so that you swim up onto the post. So I don't aim for the post or the plank. If I aim for the plank, it can often just fail the swim, especially if you're not at the right angle. You just completely fail the swim like that. Instead, if you just aim in towards the seabed and swim up, you should be getting it every time. Don't aim up to the surface of the water, stay aiming straight, and Ty will just follow the geometry. The other thing you want to be making sure is that you're swimming fairly parallel to the bridge. You want to be as close to the bridge as you can, and then just swim into the seabed, and you'll keep the swim. We're going to turn around, so we'll do an aim turn. We'll swim up, do an aim turn, turn around, and then swim off here, and then we'll swim to the right of that post. We can swim along this line, hug the wall. We're going to swim down at the end, grab these two opals, then start swimming up the waterfall. Now you can lose your swim if you go too close to that sign, so we're not going to do that. We're going to come up to this log, swim over the log, and then follow the opal path. You follow the opal path all the way around to here, lose the swim here, and then run up this wall and throw for these two crates. Please remember to switch back to the boomerang before you start Bridge TA Swim, so that you can hit those crates. You do a jump across to this cog, and then we're going to jump down to these opals, follow the opal path, and then we do a really awkward jump where our goal is to jump to this opal and then back around onto the bridge. You can't jump from the edge, so we want to be jumping around, something like that. Nice little jump. Just come to the edge and then jump around, and you should collect the opal. We only need that first one for now. Then we're going to come along here, and we're going to grab this bilby. We're going to fall down and bite this bilby. Then we're going to turn around, and we're going to jump over this cobweb. You can kill the skink, but it is much quicker to just jump over the cobweb. Yeah, there we go. So we can jump over the cobweb, or you can just scope and hit the cobweb, but the skink will be in the way almost every time on this one. You either kill him, hit the cobweb, or jump over it on the right. Okay, we come back along here to the right, up to this, and we're going to do a nice little trick here. You stand at this corner where this, you see where this diagonal line is? Stand here. I'm just going to jump up here. Do not glide here. Just jump. Jump once up to here. And then once we're up, we're going to press right and left, then right, then left. And we're just going to hold them for like a half a second each. And we just walk up like that. You do not want to be spamming them. If you just spam left, right, you'll fall back down. You want to be holding them for a little bit longer than that. And you should get up. Okay. Then we're going to do another jump around. This one's a little bit harder, but you want to be jumping around and then spamming glide to land back on the bridge. If you don't make it, that's fine. We can just do the same trick again to get back up. Now we hit this crate and we get a magnet here. So we're going to use the magnet. We're going to do a down bite here if you can to fall onto the cog earlier. And then we're going to speak to Dennis. And we're going to start the opal path. And hit this torch and this torch. And this torch. Cool, so Dennis will carry on running. We are going to hit these barrels. And then to give Dennis time to catch up, I hit this crate here because, oh my god, because, hello? Huh? What have I done? Okay. Normally you would be able to hit this crate with the flamerang. It might be a practice mod issue. I'm going to assume it is. So we'd get that crate, we dive into the water, we'd get these opals, get these opals, and then get these opals. And then we swim up and get this cog under the bridge. Okay. Once we got that cog, we're going to come up here and hit this one. We would break this crate with the flamerang because switching rangs is really, really difficult in this level. We'd hit this barrel, we'd run up to this opal, hit this barrel from a distance, turn the camera, get these crates, and then jump across these platforms to hit this cog. If you fall down because a bat hits you, you can run up to this edge over here, walk up it, turn around, and then just do an extended glide and a ledge grab up to here. We can dive into the water as long as there's no bats nearby. There was in that case. So try and hit the bats first, otherwise just don't bite into the water there. And then we'll come back up here and we'll hit this barrel again. Make sure it stays lit. And then we'll come up here and hit this barrel. And this one. Hit this barrel. And then we're going to jump up to the left here. And then we're going to do a jump and a glide down. Now you do not want to extended glide here. Extended glides will kill it. You also don't want to stay too close to the bridge because then you'll ledge grab on the bridge and that's a problem. Our goal is to ledge grab on a cog which is underneath the bridge. So after we hit the barrel, we're going to come up here and then do a jump and a glide down. And then feather your glide and fall down onto the cog. And now we have to very quickly dive back into the water. Come over to this bridge. Line up with another out of water swim. So we're just going to clip the corner of this bridge. Get a swim. It's a very easy one. Just practice it a little bit. And then we're going to swim up the bridge until we are past that barrel. And as soon as we can hit this barrel, we're just going to get out the swim and hit this next barrel. Now, if you've done all of this fast, Dennis should not really have stopped that much, if at all. If you don't make that swim quickly enough, you will have to hit the previous barrel as well to prevent Dennis from running back. Cool. So now we'll finish the barrels. Just carry on getting them. And then come down here. We're going to jump up to this side here, onto this little log stump. And then jump up to here and get the cog. And you can get the cog at the same time as the thunder egg, but it's not faster in 100%. So once we have finished with the thunder egg, we'll get the thunder egg about here. We want to be here. We will start the next mission, which is heat Dennis's home. So we start that, and then we want to aim and hit this burner, which we can hit with one of our ranks. So we just throw both of our ranks towards it and activate the mission at the same time, and it will activate the burner. Something to note about these burners: the best way to hit them is by hitting the pipe. Don't aim for this bottom bit. You want to hit the pipe, and you can hit the pipe sort of anywhere along here, and it should work anywhere along the top. We are going to walk out, and we're going to jump down to that cog from here. Camera might get stuck. Just extended glide and do a feather down to it. You're going to dive into the water and come underneath this bridge. Turn to the right slightly. And come and get these crates. Okay. Now we're going to hit the burners. We want to, again, aim for the top part of the burner, remember? You don't want to be too close to them. If you're too close to them, then you won't be able to hit them. They'll get stuck on this wooden platform underneath. This next one, we want to do the same thing. You can jump and try and hit it as well, but just practice aiming for that top part of the burner. There's a magnet here that we can come along and grab. It'll be in a basket. And we're going to use this magnet to swim along to here and grab these crates. Yes. So, then we bite this bilby, turn back around, and jump over to here. You don't need to swim. Get the flames out. Stand on top of this or jump on top of it and shoot directly down. There are bats hovering around here that can auto-target, and this burner specifically can be very, very awkward to hit. We do the same on this one, and then we jump across to Rex's island. Do exactly the same on this one. There we go. And then we come along and speak to Rex. Don't get that magnet yet. We're going to use that in a minute. We speak to Rex, and then we need to dive into the water to hit the barrel, or crate rather. We do an aim turn. We scope in and turn around. And then we swim back up towards Rex. And now we're going to do something called Rex bonk, where we jump. So we would land on Rex, and you see when I land, I get bonked out. Because you can't land on Rex. But before we land, we're going to start the Rex mission. And this means once we get teleported back, we will land on Rex, get bonked off, and skip the cutscene for the collectible. So it'll look something like this. This is a really easy mission, so I'm not going to explain it. Just be careful that you don't sit idle, because you do need to aim. And then once we're finished, we get bonked off, and then we skip the entire collectible animation. Very nice. Okay, so now we would grab the magnet, do a dive over to here, and then we're going to do something called Neddy jump. I'll come back and explain this in a second. Jump up to here, and then get these two crates. I'm going to jump up here, hit these two crates, and then come under the bridge. We should pick up all of those opals from through the bridge and bite the bilby to get the thunder egg. So that's how we use that magnet. Let me go back and explain Neddy jump real quick. This wall slopes down. You can see if I go up this way, the further you go to the left, the more it slopes down, and the further you go to the right, the more it slopes up. Like that. Cool. So what we want to do is we want to come to this corner here, where the wall slopes down, where it's at its lowest point. Run up to the left a bit, and then when you're at the top, you want to let go of forwards, and you see Ty slides down. At the same time as you let go of forwards, you want to jump. And you don't need to extend a glide. You literally just let go of forwards and jump when you're at the highest point, and as long as your aim was good, you will grab it. To make sure you do get it, if you've slid down a little bit, you do want to extended glide, so do try for the extended glide, but if you did it perfectly, you don't need the extended glide. There we go. And we grab the crates, jump up there, hit the crates, come underneath, grab the bilby, and then come this way. Now we scope and hit this burner, and then come into Neddy. Neddy will jump every time you hit him. It's a very interesting one. So when you first go into Neddy, you'll need to jump over him, and then you hit him once. You do have to wait a little bit before you can hit him. He has to have taken a couple of steps. But then once you hit him the first time, he will jump round to one side, and you want to anticipate which way he's going to jump and jump round to that side. And then the same again for the next one. And then on the final hit, you want to jump over him, hit him, and start running out the gate back to where I am now. So I'll show you that. We run forwards, we jump over him, we wait for him to stop, we hit him once, we turn to the left with him, we hit him again, we turn to the left with him, we hit him again, and then we hit him in the front, and then we just walk out. Now if you're a little bit faster on that, you should be able to get out of the gate, and there'll be another cutscene where Neddy says, you're leaving me, and whatever. You can skip that one, and then you'll still get the thunder egg, don't worry. Okay, cool. So now we come back under the bridge. We dive into the water, and then we swim across to here. This is the turkeys area, and we're going to do the same thing as we did with Neddy. We're going to let go of forwards, and we're just going to do an extended glide in this case. You don't slide down here, so you want to line yourself up here, jump an extended glide, and you will always grab this, as long as you're not holding forwards. A slightly faster way is to do a little jump around like that. You don't have to stop and wait. We're going to get Flamerang out, we're going to hit this burner, and then immediately switch back to the rangs and hit these two crates. Going to come up to this turkey. You want to run straight ahead towards that crate and just bite, and the turkey will run directly into you. So about here, we just bite, Then we get this crate. We're going to turn around. We're going to take our time because this turkey's going to get up again. And it's going to run straight towards us, so we're going to bite again. Then we run over this tree and towards this turkey, aim towards his right foot, and just bite. And that should give you turkeys. So after turkeys, we'll grab this magnet. We'll dive into the water here. And then we need to hit all of these crates as fast as we can, just to get all of the opals out of crates, because when they're out of crates, remember, that's when we can pull in all of the opals. So we've hit the threshold, and now we run back over to here where these opals are remaining, and we should just pull them all in like that. And now we have all of the opals without having to do anything to get those opals specially. We're going to swim over to the opal machine, the opal collector. We're going to hit that. And now we have another branch. There's two different tricks here. There's Delight Skip, and there's also Delight Skip Skip, which skips Delight Skip. So I'll show you Delight Skip first. Delight Skip, we're going to run up to this section. We're going to jump up to this section, and then we're going to jump an extended glide across to the dunny here, which you can walk on. It's got a pretty wide hitbox. Now we're going to aim for this like V shape on the tree. There's a bit of collision that we can jump on about here. So we're going to aim to jump on that collision and then jump across to the bridge. You can do a scope here, so you can hold scope after you jump, because when you land on solid collision, Ty will go into the scope mode and you'll be locked into that position. I'll try that now. There we go. So we're now locked into this position. We're on the collision, and then we need to let go of scope and jump at the same time. Let go of scope and jump at the same time, and then we jump up to the bridge and grab it. We can either do this scope jump, where we jump and hold scope, and then we let go of scope and jump, and then we glide up to the bridge. Or you can avoid the scope entirely and just do a jump off of the tree immediately, but you have to time your jump quite well. There we go. That's the idea, is you're jumping off of that collision, and then you're gliding up to the bridge. The Light Skip Skip, where you would come over to this bridge, and we can swim out from under the bridge with another out of water swim, and swim up to Dennis. So the way we get this swim is we approach this bridge at like a 45-degree angle, sort of like this, to this corner that we're looking at. We're looking at this corner over here. Kind of hard to see. And then we're going to swim up against the bridge and just let us slide out. Now, if you just do it that way, Ty will slide out and lose a swim. Like this every time. So what we actually want to do is, as we're approaching the surface, as we're about to swim out, we want to curve into the right slightly, like this. So we want to be as parallel with the bridge as we can be. And then we swim out, and we're going to take the swim over this way. And then up this dark line here. And then across it, tilt down. Make sure you tilt down early so you don't lose the swim at the top. Come over to Dennis and hand in Dennis's Thunder Egg. We are going to main menu and come back in for the time attack. I'm going to do that outside of the time attack first, and then I'm going to do it in the time attack and show you what it looks like. So we start by coming up to this bridge, diving and doing the bridge TA swim that you learned earlier. We're immediately going to turn around. For this one, you really do want to aim turn. You come around, and then the next ring is up on this ledge here. So we need to get up to that ledge, but you can't just swim up here because you will lose swim over the top. We're going to hug this wall here where the slope is, and then we're going to swim into it, around here, and up onto this corner, grab the ring, turn around, swim back down this corner, around to the right like that. And then we're going to come across to the left here and do a slightly slower line than the fastest, but it is much, much easier. We're going to swim all the way up this like purpley grey wall. It's perfectly safe to swim on. And around this corner onto this higher ledge. And we're going to turn around and grab the ring that's here. Now we just follow the path. The rings are fairly straightforward for a minute. If you go off of this bridge in the wrong way, you will lose your swim. So you want to really hug into this wall. You want to touch this wall and then swim down here. And then you don't need to lose too much of your height. This water will save you. And then swim up this part that we usually do the left or right thing up. And then when we come to here, there's two routes here. The easier route is to swim quite fast down to the left there towards that sign. The slower route, sorry, the faster route, which is a bit harder, is to swim into this corner, turn hard right into the corner, and then just spam space down. So we swim all the way down, and we turn around, grab the ring here, go around this pool to grab the ring there, and finish the route just by following the opal path. Nothing too complicated from there. So get the ring, dive into the water, turn around, swim over to this, swim up the side here, get the ring, turn around, swim back down, turn to the left, swim up this wall, onto here, grab this ring, and this one, and this one, and all of them up to the broken bridge. Fairly straightforward. And then once we're up here, we need to hug the right hand wall as soon as we get this ring. Come down, back up. Then we're going to spin around to the right and come down here. Turn around, swim back out. Grab the rings. Go around there. There's a ring there. And then follow the rest of the rings. Nice and easy. Once you get the hang of it, this is really not a difficult time attack. You just need to get comfortable with swimming. Finish the time attack. And that is the end of bridge. And then we can just exit level and we should be finished with top 2. Cool. Now we're in Crikey. Crikey is really, really simple. Probably the easiest boss. There's some nuance to the way he moves, but you don't need to worry about that as a beginner. We're going to dive into the water. We're going to swim around to the right to this low section in the fence and just swim over it. Then we're going to come down here and hit this first canister, swim across this way and hit the second canister, then turn all the way around, come up to this platform on this side and jump up to it. This way Crikey doesn't get to bite you. Get the flamerangs out, run over to this canister and shoot the canister as Crikey bites it. Dive back into the water, come down to this canister, hit it, swim back up to the platform that's right near you, jump up to that one, come across to this one, scope in, hit it just as Crikey's about to bite it, and then jump over to the final one and do the same again. Really, really simple boss. There's not much to it at all. There we go. And then he dies, and boom. And we get sent back into Crikey's Cove in this case, because practice mod, but usually we would be sent to Julius's lab again, so we end up here. At this point, you do not need to get any of the other ranks that we will now have access to. We don't need them at all. We can just carry on. If you're doing the old 100% route, then you don't need to do gate skip here, and you will do hub 3 first, and then you'll do end game. But end game is very similar either way. Otherwise, you are going to do gate skip now. I'm going to teach Doom route because I think it's the coolest, most interesting, and most fun. But don't feel too bad if your first runs you don't do this route, because it does mean you have to learn gate skip, and gate skip is quite confusing, although it is a required trick for any percent. So, out of Julius's lab, we're going to walk out the front door, turn to the right, and head over to this wall where we're going to do gate skip. And the idea of gate skip is to get a swim and get over this gate onto the other side so we can get into the end of the game early. We're getting into the end of the game early because we want the Doomerangs, because they can do some really, really broken stuff, which I explained at the start of the tutorial, and it will come up again a lot now that we're moving into hub 3. There's 2 parts to gate skip. The first part is getting the swim, which we get on this wall. And the second part is actually swimming up this tree and then jumping down onto the fence. When you go down here and you try running against the wall like you would with a normal swim, and you jump and you dive, you cannot get a dive. If you take a little bit of a step back and you run up to the wall and then dive, you can get the dive. Now, this is overcomplicated a lot, I think, when it's taught. The long and short of it is you need to be diving as Ty hits the wall. So you jump towards the wall and then dive as he hits it. There I bit a little bit too early. That was okay. Want to be diving as we hit the wall. Now the angle doesn't matter too much, but you want to be leaning in towards the island. You want to make sure you land in the water. You also want to be leaning in towards the island, because if you don't, if you angle out like this and then do it, you can often get pushed out into the water and just lose your swim immediately. So we're going to jump and dive when we hit the wall. That was too late on the dive. That's about right. And then we're just going to turn into land and come up to this tree. That's the first part. Remember, with ground swimming, we do not want to pull up from the ground, especially on this little bit of land, because for some reason Rainbow Cliffs has a really, really hard limit to how high you can go off the ground before it detects that you are no longer swimming. So if we swim up even like a tiny bit, there we go, we lose swim. We don't want to lose swim. And we're going to take it over to this tree. And then as soon as you touch the tree, not before, when you're touching the tree, you can just tilt the camera up and you'll start going up the tree. Now you want to go up on this side that I'm going up on at the moment. And you want to go up until you see these yellow leaves. You want to go about halfway up the yellow leaves. So when you touch the tree, you start swimming up. You swim up this side of the tree. And when you get to about halfway up the yellow leaves, we're going to turn the camera to the right, like this. Okay, so we can see where the gate is. Now, you want to swim off of the tree, but you want to be touching the tree still. So if you swim into the tree, you'll sort of slide off of it to the right, and you'll stay touching the tree. And you should go into a treading water state, where you're just sitting on top of the water, but still attached to the tree, like this. Cool. And then after a few seconds, you will fall. So you do need to do the next inputs quickly. That's step 2. If you can get to that point, you've done most of the hard part. Do the dive, take it over to the tree, swim up the tree, go about halfway up the yellow leaves, turn the camera, and then swim kind of into the tree so that you get pushed off to the right and go into the treading water state. Cool. Throughout all of this, you need to not be pressing W. All of your swimming should be done with spacebar. So you can see if you watch me doing this, I will let go of W when I get to the tree and just stop holding it here. That's important because if we hold W and go off the tree, this will happen. We just swim off of it like that. You must be holding space because space doesn't do anything on its own. It's a jump. So if you're already swimming, space just doesn't do anything when you stop swimming. Like if I dive into the water and I come out of the water holding space, nothing happens, right? Whereas if I dive into the water and I come out of the water holding W instead for moving forwards, I start moving forwards. And we want to avoid that. We don't want to be moving forwards. We want to stop on the tree up there. So when you're at the top and you're in the treading water state, you're going to jump and press forwards at about the same time. Your jump does need to be very, very, very slightly before the W, but it should be basically the same time. If you watch my input overlay, you can see I'm pressing them at pretty much the same time, with the spacebar being just a tiny bit before. And then after a short move forwards, so you hold them, and after a short move forwards, make sure you're aiming towards the gate, and then you're just going to bite, and you should land on the gate. So we get the swim, we go up to the tree, we touch the tree, start swimming up this side, we get halfway up the yellow leaves, turn the camera, swim off so we're staying connected to the tree, jump and forwards, and then bite. We'll do it one more time. Swim up the tree, swim off, staying connected with space, not W, jump and forwards, bite. That's it. That's the whole trick. Okay, so once we're done gate skip, we'll just bite off of the gate and head into Cass's Pass. In Cass's Pass, we have a few different options, whether you're a beginner or not. There's like 2 different routes that you can take to get to the end quickly. So as soon as you come in, you're just going to run forwards. You can use your ranks to kill the ninja geckos if they're getting annoying. You're going to jump over these spikes with an extended glide. And then you're going to run up to these steps. And when you get to these steps, our point of interest is this nice tree here. We want to jump onto this tree branch because it's going to take us out of bounds. Right? It's a nice, easy little jump. It's a scope jump, a bit like the light skip earlier. What we do is we jump up to the second step. We look for this like lighter edge to the step. And we're going to come across to the side, aim towards the tree-ish. So look towards the tree. And then you're going to run and you're going to jump as soon as you hit that lighter line on the step. And then you're going to hold scope. You don't need to glide. Do not glide. It makes it harder than it needs to be. There we go. Okay. So now we're up. And you can let go of scope. And you might stand there. You might slide off. So the reason we hold scope is because in the situation where you would have fallen off, we can still save that, right? So we're going to jump. I'm going to hold scope. Cool. So we're on it. If I let go, I might slide off. My goal now is if that's the step I jump from, I'm going to jump into this green, dark green area here. And I'll show you the beginner method first. So we're going to let go of scope and jump at the same time. That's in case we were going to slide off. So here I'm lucky and I wasn't going to. But if we could have slid off, then what we're going to do is let go of scope and jump. And then we're going to jump down into here. And you're going to glide down onto this section here. There's a bit of collision here that is still like out of bounds. Okay. And we're going to run over to the edge over here. And then we're just going to start spamming space as we walk off. And we fall down back in bounds at the end here. Then what we can do, use this section on the left to speed down to the bottom. Don't bite after a jump because you will bite the spy eggs. And then we're going to swim all the way to the end because we can avoid all of this platforming. It's completely unnecessary. They get auto-serviced. Ignore all of the platforming and just come straight up to the portal and go into the end. Go into Cass's Crest. So we hold scope, and we're going to let go and jump at the same time. Still down into this dark section. But in this case, we are going to glide towards this water and then dive about here. If you don't get the dive, we're just going to come over to this wall and dive along here where the waterfall is. Yep, here. If you go too far over to the right here, you will just fall out of bounds. We're going to jump and hold scope from the correct point. Okay, let go scope and jump. We're going to turn to the right, and we're going to glide down here and dive here. So now we're in the water. Very nice. Okay, now I want you to watch this grey wall on the right hand side. I want you to watch this grey wall on the right hand side, and I'm going to swim basically parallel to this left hand geometry. I'm just going to swim in a straight line that way. And we're going to watch this right hand wall. And what you should see is it disappears after a certain amount of time. So it's just disappearing from the right hand side of the screen about there. And as soon as it disappears, turn to the right and swim under this diagonal line here. And then we just keep swimming straight forwards. We're going to keep swimming. We go under this section here. And then we're aiming for this raised area here. We're just going to swim up. And now we are underneath the portal to Cass's Crest. And we can just press R or jump and press R to give you a little bit of a better radius if you've just come up on the portal. Jump and press R or whatever your interact button is to move on to Cass's Crest. First thing to do, you're going to dive into the water and get your zoomerangs out if you can. Then we're going to swim over to this wall. We're going to jump and we're going to bite. If you didn't get zoomerangs out, you can get them out whilst you're finishing the bite. And then with the zoomerangs out, as soon as you are able to, you're going to aim towards the button, just to the left of it. And you're going to throw both rangs. And you should hit the button. And then we're going to run over to Shadow. And this will automatically do the first hit on Shadow for us, so we don't have to worry about hitting that button again. Okay, now you're going to run up to the gas jet, jump in it, jump up to the second area, and platform across this. Cass's Crest is basically an auto-scroller. There's very little you actually need to do or know. So you jump across the platforms, come up to this button, and then you're going to stand on the right of this skink, and then hit the button as Shadow comes up to it. And then Shadow will take the second hit. Don't get too close to the gas jet until Shadow is taking the hit. And then we're just going to go up. So we get to here, we jump across to the other side, and then we hit the button while standing on the gas jet. Once you hear Shadow scream when she's close. Now, if you fail this for any reason, do not try and jump to this side when Shadow is here. You want to be hitting Shadow from the other side if that happens. Because Shadow will not take damage if you are standing too close to her. You do want to be on the other side. So we're going to run up here. We're going to skip the cutscene here and then just run into this door and wait for the Shadow cutscene to play. And then we're just going to skip it and we go into Final Battle. Final Battle, let's talk about turrets. My strategy generally is to follow the turret route and aim slightly to the side of each turret. So I'm going to aim left of the turret and bite. Aim left of the turret and bite. Left of the turret and bite. And we're just going to repeat this for each turret. Now when we get to this turret, we're going to shoot off a rang to that turret. But we're not going to bite it. We're going to go for this one. Then we're going to go to that turret. Shoot off a rang to that turret. So now we have this one and this one frozen. Then we're going to get that turret, that one, and that one all in a row. So we'll shoot off a rang to that one. Hit this turret. Shoot off a rang to that one. Bite this one. Bite this one. And bite this one. Cool. And you're going to shoot the door here. You can shoot the door before the cutscene as long as all of the turrets are gone. You're going to throw one more rang at the door. Jump down. Jump over these flames with an extended glide. And you're going to get the flame rangs out and shoot these wires. Now for wires, you do not want to be jumping. You only jump when you're about to be hit by something because you have way more control over it. I'm going to go back down and explain my general strategy there without the wires being there so I can explain the movement. And you have 2 ranks, but the ranks have to come back to you for you to be able to use them again. So what I'll do is shoot the wire with both ranks and move to the left. Shoot the wire with 2 ranks and move to the left and keep going around without jumping unless a frill comes up on me and then I'll jump out the way. I don't really want to be jumping and throwing ranks at the same time because it can be really disorienting and make it harder for you to hit the wires. You do need to wait for the ranks to come back, so you can watch or listen to the sound of the ranks coming back to know when you should throw again. Try and time it the best you can. You can shoot at the bottom here you don't need to be shooting at the wires themselves. You can shoot just at the bottom. So we will shoot boop boop, throw rangs, throw rangs, throw rangs, throw rangs. You can see if you watch my input overlay, I'm stalling my movement by switching between W and D in between A presses so that I can be in the correct place for when I get to the next wires. So I'll hit the wires, then I'll stall movement, and then I'll move to the next one, and I'll move to the next one, stalling my movement all the way along until I get round to the last one. That's why you see me doing that. So now we have the Doomerang and we could leave, but really we should finish, get the talisman because it's part of 100% and we need it. So you have two strategies. Again, simple strategy, beginner strategy is you just go straight into the neck of Fluffy and finish this out normally. It only loses a minute or so, about 2 minutes, which is not that bad as a beginner. So yeah, I would go with that as a beginner. Alternatively, you can learn Doomclip, or if you are a runner from another category that does Doomclip already, then you can just do Doomclip. There are already multiple tutorials that exist for Doomclip. Lorne made a great one in his any % tutorial, and Cage just made a Cage Strats tutorial for a faster Doomclip lineup when you get up to the top. But the general idea is we shoot down into this gap, and then we hold up and right, and yeah, up and right at the same time, so W and D, until we see blue, and as soon as you see the blue, you want to let go of D. And then after a very short time, you want to let go of W as well. There we go. Once you get towards that blue section, we're going to turn left to this round section above me. And once you get to that round section above, you're going to turn up and kind of go in line with it. And you're going to go up for a little bit. And after a few seconds, you're going to turn to the left by about 90 degrees. Until you see this big thing here. Now that is the end of the level. We need to get the Doomerang in there. So we're going to clip the Doomerang in between two tiny little planes, and it should get it in there. We can use shift, or whatever your walk modifier is, to get the Doomerang to turn slower, which does help. We also, in the practice mod, have this nice little sign here, which will take you up to the position where it gives you a really nice line on Doomclip for you to practice getting it in between these two little planes, because it can be a bit difficult. Now, just getting them in between the planes isn't enough. You can see the Doomerang still crashes. So what you need to do is after about 3 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, you need to pull down again once you're in. So we get the Doomerang, we weave it in between these two planes, and then after a couple of seconds, we just hold down and we go into the trigger, and that ends final battle. I'm going to exit level. I should have the talisman now. Going to check that I do. Yep, we have the talisman. In the actual game, you would go through to the credits. Before the credits, there is a cutscene. You must exit level on that cutscene. So you already have the talisman at that point. So once you see that cutscene, which is like the final cutscene before the credits, you hit escape and do an exit level to get back to Rainbow Cliffs. When you do that, you will be stuck on the other side of the fence here of the gate. So you need to do an exit level to get into Rainbow Cliffs, and then a main menu warp back up to the top of Rainbow Cliffs. So when we do that, we do a main menu warp from the other side of the fence, the other side of the gate, and we end up here. So we're moving on to Hub 3 now. So the first thing is, we can do a bite off of this railing on the fence. It's like rope tie for the fence. We can do a bite off of that and get boosted. It's kind of tricky, and it's not worth fussing over too much, but you can do a nice little boost off and down here to get towards Hub 3. And then we're going to get the Frosties out, and we're just going to go straight over to Hub 3. So we're going to hit all these rocks, jump around, and then go into Lyre. Okay, on to Lyre. So to start off, we're going to do something called Lenny Skip. Now, this little bugger has a weird hitbox that we can sometimes stand on. And it resets when he does his idle animations. So we need to do a trick where we jump on Lenny's hitbox and then jump off of it fast enough before it changes. So I'm going to go through this a couple of times. We're going to activate the first cutscene and then make him follow us around to these two logs. We're going to get in behind him and run into him from the back. And you'll hear him say, come on, jump in here. When he finishes saying it, we're going to do a jump and a very quick glide to cancel the height on the jump. Like this. And we should land on Lenny's hitbox. Alright, now after a while we get pushed off of the hitbox. Again, this short glide, just so you can see it outside of Lenny. We do a jump and then a quick glide like this, cancel our height. This time, once we get onto his back, we're going to jump up between those two logs. So we run into Lenny, we do the jump and the cancel, and then we do an extended glide down here, and we fall just into the slide area. If you fall too close to the edge, you'll fall into the pipe and you won't be able to get out, so you want to avoid that. So now we can just walk out of the entrance and walk back in. And now we're in the slide fight. The first thing we want to do is run towards him and hit him with a frosty rang. Just as he's throwing his rangs. Like that. And it should come back around and hit him again. And it's the fastest way to kill him. Now we're going to stand behind him and scope him. And we're going to watch his tail wag. And as soon as it finishes wagging, wait a tiny amount of time and then we shoot him again. Because that's the timing for him to throw his rang again. So he's about to throw his rang when you do that. We're going to do that one more time. So we wait for his tail to finish wagging. We wait a tiny bit of time and then we throw our frosty rang to freeze him. And it should make him hit himself. We're going to do our first doom cancel. Now, doom cancel, all you need to do is throw your rang at the same time that you would get a thunder egg. This is one of the harder ones, but the way we do it is we watch his health bar ticking down and you try and judge when his health bar is going to be completely empty, because as soon as it's completely empty, you're going to be teleporting to give him the thunder egg. So if we throw the doomerang just as he's about to get an empty health bar, then we should be able to skip the collectible cutscene. Wait for him to do it again, and then we go again. There we go. Now I'm going to watch his health bar. And then we throw a doomerang, and there we go. We skip the collectible cutscene. So we're going to get the frosties back out as we jump around this corner into Lenny here. And we're going to start throwing our rangs towards this furnace as quickly as we can. Now you're watching for the furnace to do a certain animation because we're going to do another doom cancel. We just keep hitting it. Keep hitting it. Then it does this like breaking down animation here. So we get the dooms out. I did it way too late, but I still managed to get it. So there we go. Still managed to get the doom cancel. So as soon as you see it start to do the breaking down animation, you can get your dooms out and prepare for the thunder egg to hit you. And as it's about to hit you, you just throw the doom rangs at the floor. And it should skip the cutscene. One thing to note about doom cancels is it's very easy when you start out to forget that you need to be looking at the floor. If you're not looking at the floor, you go into the doomerang camera and you want to avoid that. So the best way to avoid it is just throw the doomerang directly at the floor. We're going to exit. We're going to glide down to the platform that's down there with the cog on it. And we're going to try and do a doom cancel on that. So we want to glide to the edge of the platform. And then once we're on the edge of the platform, we walk into the cog and we throw the rang at the same time. Like that. And we skip the cutscene. And then our final cog before a reload is we're going to jump over these trees with an extended glide and just walk into the cog. We don't need to doom cancel here because we're going to be main menuing anyway. So we main menu and come back in. And then we're going to go straight in to the time attack and just finish up the time attack. We get this out of the way now so we don't forget about it later. So here we're going to go straight ahead. The one thing you need to be aware of is it's very easy to miss rings at the end. So you want to kind of focus in on making sure you get the rings. It has happened to a lot of runners where they have missed a ring, especially near the end here. So we're going to take the shortest path on the left. This ring is super easy to miss if you stay too far left. And we just finish that up. And you can, again, if you're fast, you can throw the doomerang at the ground as you finish the time attack. So as you're about to be teleported back, and it will skip the thunder egg collection animation. So moving on, we're going to carry on with the level. We're going to actually follow the opal path this time. I'm going to go into the left-hand log, follow the opal path around again. And then when we get to these opals, we're going to grab this opal and this one and this one, and then fight the spikes. That's how I do it. Then we're going to fall off to this opal, grab this one, and come over here. Here we need to turn and make sure that we can see the blue button. The best way to do this is turn and then move forwards until you can see Ty again. Then you're going to jump and just throw towards the blue button. If you can't see the button, then you will probably hit the red one. It's happened a lot. Alternatively, you can just come up here and scope and then hit the button. That also works, but make sure you have a good boomerang out. The rang range is different for the elemental rangs. So the boomerang, the normal boomerang has like a fairly bog standard range. It's kind of hard to display in this area. Should have done this in a better place. It has a fairly bog standard range. You can see it's like, yeah, it's hitting just past that wall. The flame rangs have a slightly shorter range. You can see it's not getting anywhere near as far anymore. You can see the frosty rang has an even shorter range, and then the zappy rang has the shortest range, and then the multi rang obviously has the shortest range of all of the rangs. It's tiny little range. Shadows. Yes, shadows are gonna come on in Lyre. There is a bug in the slide cutscene which puts your shadows onto mid. So it puts them onto low when you enter the slide fight, but every time you exit, it will put the shadows to mid. You can, if it's bugging you too much, go into screen settings, go down to shadows, turn them on, exit out, go back in, turn them off, and then come back out. And now your shadows will be off. Let's carry on the opal path. I'm going to do my route here. Karma does an extra trick that I don't do. We're going to fall down here and get the swim. Then we're going to swim back up. We're going to take the swim to get all of these opals. Grab this opal, then we're going to curve back in and follow this opal path down. You can shoot those ninja geckos if they're getting in your way. Then we're going to turn in here, lose the swim by swimming up quite high. You want to be losing that swim quite early because you're in water here, so it's pretty far. And then we're going to bite into this bilby. Cool. Now we're going to jump up to the warp flower here. And we get warped over here. And then we can glide down onto the cog here. You can do a doom cancel on this cog. It's not worth it. Trying to land on the edge of this platform will most likely result in you just falling down. I would not bother going for a doom cancel. I would just grab the cog. We're going to fall off the platform and we're going to come over to this wall where we're just below like the midpoint of the spy egg sort of here. And then you can dive and get a swim here really easily. If you don't dive there, if you dive a little bit further to the left, it's very, very easy. Like if we dive over here. Oh, we got it that time. Nice. It is very easy further to the left to get ground scammed like that. So we don't land in the water. Dive, get a swim, and then we're going to take the swim across to the right a little bit. And then we're going to swim up this way. Now, if you swim too far to the left, you'll get caught in a cutscene trigger like this, where you are now locked into the cutscene or camera override, and I can't move Ty. I can't control this direction in that camera override. And we want to avoid that. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But we can't do that. So we're going to come over to the right here, where we don't go into that camera override, or we only go into it a little bit. And then we're going to swim and grab the opals on this path. We can ignore these two opals for now. I'll talk more about why in a minute. We come around here. We're going to lose our swim up here. Get the flame rangs out and shoot the ice. If you're really, really fast, you can switch back to the doom rang if you've hit the ice block from far back enough. And just do a nice little doom cancel there. I don't recommend going for a doom cancel on this cog. Again, same thing with the other one. It is possible, but I mean, look at that. You have to be so close to the edge to get that. It's definitely not worth it. So now we fall off and we're going to do a trick called Buttonless Muddy Towers. This is a confusing trick. So I'm going to get up and show you why we do it first. This thunder egg is called Muddy Towers. And usually you'd have to go further through the level to hit a button and then come back the other way. And then this platform would come down and back up and so on. And you'd have to jump on the platform and then get the thunder egg. We're going to skip all of that by going and getting a swim. So after you have dropped down from this platform, I didn't know you could jump to it from there. Okay, after you've fallen down from this platform, you'll come over to this wall on the right. There's this nice big bit of the wall that juts out here. This big section that juts out. And we want to jump towards this corner where it juts out. And there's like a lighter line that comes down. So it's like there's a light line that kind of runs this way. And there's this like little circle here. And it's this circle that you kind of want to be aiming for. And if you hit about that circle and do a dive, it's much less common that you will ground scam. He says ground scamming twice. 3 times. What? There we go. Slightly to the left of that. My bad. Let me do that again. Slightly to the left of that circle. There we go. Okay. And you won't ground scam. So now we're going to swim directly up the same wall we just got the swim on. We're going to swim over this green grassy section and straight down. And now we're going to do a swim that is very similar to gate skip. When we first found it, we were going all the way up the tree and we were finding that it was making it a lot harder to... Like, it was really, really difficult to get this trick. So instead, we've been doing it lower on the tree for a while now, and lower on the tree seems to work. So we're going to swim up the tree with spacebar. And then a little way up the tree. You don't need to go too far. We're going to turn to the left, and similar to gate skip, we're going to swim off the side, swimming into the tree so that we go into the treading wood state. And then we're going to do basically the same thing as gate skip. We're going to do a jump and a forwards, and then a bite. The bite's going to come later than it would on gate skip, but we're going to do a bite quite late, and our aim is to fall onto that platform, something like this. There we go, and now we're on the platform. And we can doom cancel into this thunder egg. Nice. It's also the most punishing trick in the game, in my opinion. Other than doom clip, maybe? I don't know. They're both about the same. Because if you fail this, you can fall out of bounds there, and you'll have to come all the way back through the start, main menu warp, and then come back through. Because you cannot get out of that bit where you're stuck out of bounds. It sucks, but practice this trick a lot if you're going for it, because, yeah. Main thing, don't go too far up the tree, and make sure you do a late bite, but not so late that you're falling already, because that's a problem. Let's talk muddy jump. There are tons of teleporters here to help with practice mod. If I try and fall off here, I will just get teleported straight back onto this platform. That is intentional. If you want to get out of here, you just do a glide over here to get out. But yeah, if you go anywhere near this, you will be teleported up here. It's to help with muddy jump, which is a trick where we jump over this wall, like over this bit of grassy section, to avoid having to run all the way around. It saves like 5 seconds, but it's really, really fun, so we do it. So we're going to do a jump and an extended glide over here, and then we're going to bite at the end. I think I aimed too far to the right. I'm going to aim a little further left. Then we do a bite at the end, and we should be able to get over. If your extended glide is good enough. Mine is not. Mine is very not. We do further right? Okay, further right works. Cool. So we're going to look further right. We're going to aim to the right, do an extended... Apparently not. We're going to aim to the right, do an extended glide, and then a bite, and then we get over. Fine. Practice it a bunch. It's not too punishing if you lose it. It's pretty simple. You just go around. But yeah, that's the idea. I'm going to grab the opals, and then we're going to come down and fall down next to these spy eggs. And then come back over to the spot where we got to swim earlier between these spy eggs. I'm going to go swim. And then we're going to swim up this wall this time. Now remember, there's a camera override here, which is going to prevent us from controlling Ty's direction. So if we tilt too far up, this is just going to happen. We just lose a swim at the top. We want to keep the swim at the top. So instead, we're going to swim up, and we're going to aim towards this rock on the right here. And if you kind of hug this rock, you can keep the swim by connecting to that rock. So we aim up and to the right here, so we swim into this rock, and then boom, we connect and keep the swim on this rock, because we can kind of swim up that rock. The other option is when you get to the top, you can just do a quick scope to look or point Ty back down. So we get to the top, just do a quick scope to point Ty back down, and then carry on swimming. We're going to take the swim across the opal path. We're going to take it all the way around to here. We're going to do a hard turn to the left here, come off the speed, and then come round. We're going to lose the swim. We're going to jump down to this cog, do a doom cancel into it, and then bite off to the left here. At this bilby, we can doom cancel into this bilby because we should have the dooms out. Doom cancelling to a bilby is the exact same, but instead of walking, we left click and bite at the same time, like that, and we can just move off from the bilby without having to do the bite animation. We're going to come over to this corner on the right. We're going to do a dive here. It is the least sketchy spot for getting a ground swim. Further to the right even is better. But yeah, if you try and get ground swim across this back wall, it can be very, very tricky. There are some spots where you can get one, but I would not. I would just go over to this side here because it's way more consistent over there. Okay, then we're going to take the swim over towards where Lenny is. And then when you reach Lenny, you're going to tilt up this left-hand wall. It's a very easy swim line. And just come up the wall. You can swim basically anywhere on that wall on the left, so don't worry too much about the line. Now we're going to come up to this tree. I'm going to lose the swim. And then we're going to get a different rang out, whichever rang. Multi-rang is pretty good here. Going to get this cog the normal way. No special strats for this. And then we're going to fall off. Remember, you can't take damage in these trees. We're going to come out. We're going to hit this and hope for a magnet. We didn't get a magnet here. That's fine. We're going to hit all 3 of those crates and turn around for the bilby here behind the tree. And we're going to get all the opals. And we're going to fall down and we're going to do the same for these crates. That's why the multi-rang is so useful. And once you've got all those crates, you're going to jump over this wall with an extended glide. And just glide down onto the remaining opals that you missed. Then you're going to come up to the water side. Make sure you are in this like circular boundary to the water slide, because it will give you the best chance at keeping a swim. And then you're going to come up to this wall and just do a dive and get a swim. And then you're going to take it down the water slide. And this is what we call the cha-cha slide. Because what we do is whilst we're swimming down, we slide to the left. Here. Slide to the left. And then we come back around. We turn around at the top. And we slide back down to the right. We get this opal. Remember to get this opal because you are not going to get it later. And then we turn back around and we do a crisscross up to here. And then we crisscross again. And then through this section we can just cha-cha real smooth. And then we get to here with the 3 paths and we're just going to go to work. And then we get to here. And we're just going to take it back now, y'all. And then we're going to crisscross again. Yeah, that one. Yeah, cool. Okay. That's the cha-cha slide. Nice and easy to remember. That's the path. And then when you get to the bottom, we're going to aim for this mushroom here. We're going to swim towards that mushroom. If you go too far to the right, you will lose the swim on the water that is too deep there. So you'll just lose your swim. You want to aim for this mushroom, and you will be able to swim into that mushroom, pick up that opal, and then turn to the left, and you will pick up the remaining opals, like that. We're going to take the swim all the way through to this basket. We're going to hope for a magnet. We get one. So we're going to pick up the magnet, and we're just going to swim right on through up to here. And we're going to hit this bilby. And then with the boomerangs out, which we should have gotten out earlier, we're going to hit this lever. Then we're going to come around, go through these 2 cobwebs with the flamerang and get this cog. You should not be doom cancelling into these because there is so much rang management going on here that you don't need to. We also, because of that magnet, just picked up the rest of the opals, but I'll tell you what to do if you didn't. You would just come along here and grab the remaining opals from all around here. Then you're going to come over to here. Look up so you can see this grey kind of connecting structure here, and you see the lever is above us. When we throw the boomerang, when it comes back to us, it's gonna come back to us by going straight up. So if you watch what happens when the boomerang comes back, see it goes straight up into the air, and then it comes back to us. Cool. So we want to stand underneath the lever and look at the wall, so that when it comes back to us, it hits the lever above us, like that. See? Now we're gonna run up this hill a little bit, and we're gonna turn around and do an extended glide jump up to here. Gonna hit this lever and then turn around, and you can see this this pillar here. Gonna jump up to this pillar, gonna get the doomerangs out, and then we're gonna jump across to this pillar and do a doom cancel into that cog. Okay, now we'll come up this. There might be remaining opals on this section, so we'll just pick them all up. This will be the last opal sort of here. There'll be a lever on our left here that we'll hit. We'll pick up the remaining opals, jump down to the bilby, hit the bilby egg. And then we should have 300 opals by now. We're going to step into this corner, get the thunder egg, and then Karma has a trick where he looks up that way. There's a really specific spot you can look up at. It might be there. Is it like there? And it comes around and hits the lever. There we go. If you aim for this corner. Yep. So we're going to look up and aim for that corner on the roof there. And it will hit the remaining lever. And then we're going to head back down this way through this kind of alcove. We're going to turn around here and do an extended glide up to this log. If you're not comfortable with that, extended glide, because it can be a bit tricky, I'll show you the alternative. Instead of doing that, when we come through this tunnel, we're going to do it the other way around, and we would go to this log first, speak to Sheila, who the levers should be done for. My practice mod is broken, so I can't turn in levers. I will leave that for now. We'll just exit through the log, and now we're set up to do an extended glide up to this platform, which is much easier, and then we can just jump into this log. And then we can jump up to this platform. You can do an extended glide where you run back onto this log and do an extended glide up to here. It's nice and easy. We would go into this log, then we would step backwards onto the log, do an extended glide up, and an extended glide across to here, and then a final extended glide up to there. That one is very tricky, so don't feel like you need to go for any of those. And that would be the end of the route, and then we would exit level. If you did this first, you would then just exit through this log, turn around fully, do a complete 180, and then come in here and speak to Sheila. I can't turn in water warriors because one of my levers is broken. You should only have 5, not 6. Don't worry, that's a practice mod issue. So now we're going to exit level, and we'll go on to Stump. So we've just finished Lyre. We get spawned about here. And then you're just going to jump around to the left and go into the next level, which is Black Stump. Cool, so we're just going to walk off the platform and trigger that cutscene. We're going to grab these opals. And we're going to come around to the right here. And we're going to jump over these. The hitbox on the fires is massive, don't forget that. We're going to get the flames out. We're going to do an extended glide up to Dubbo. I'm going to jump into Snugs. Don't get to the cobweb. Then we're going to jump up here and jump over that fire log. And then come across to here. And this is a trick you do not have to do. I will do it and I'll teach it because there's no tutorial. Am I stun locked? We're going to come up here, and if you look at like this collision here, or this geometry, you can see it's like this texture. This entire texture will burn you if you go onto it. This texture will not. So here you just want to follow along the line until you get up to this top part where you'll get pushed back down if you try and walk up. And you want to avoid going too far onto this red section here. And then we're going to do a jump and extended glide. There we go. I'm going to jump and extended glide up towards this line here. And then you're just going to let Ty fall down, past it, down here. We're going to hit the block with the flamerang, and then if you want, you can try and get the doomerang out. I have never successfully managed to do that quickly. I'm gonna jump over to here and grab Kiki. And we're going to leave and we're going to come over here. Now what I've been doing recently in runs is scoping in here to hit the flames because they are really annoying and will burn you. So we'll get rid of at least 3 of them. And now we're going to switch to the boomerang and just hit all of these crates. Don't worry about the opals for now. Jump in the warp flower. We jump across to the other side. We get Elizabeth and then we jump in the warp flower here. And we hold S and bite. And then we're going to hit the last frill that I didn't hit earlier and collect up all of the opals. We do not have charge bite yet, so be prepared for opal pain. Now we're going to come across here. We're going to come over to the left and we're going to jump into this cave. And we're going to bite the bilby. And then we're going to hit these 2 crates. You don't need to collect the opals yet. We can collect them later, but I tend to collect them now. Then we're going to jump up here. You can, it is possible to skip this cog with a doom cancel. Probably one of the hardest in the game. We have done it, but don't recommend it. Don't do it. And then if you hadn't collected them already, you would collect all of the opals that were remaining down there and jump out. Get your frosties out. Freeze this frill. Scope and hit that one. And then we're going to get Katie. And then we're going to turn around and jump out. Here we're going to start doing something called frosty jumping, which is just where you aim down in front of Kai and jump and throw the frosty at the same time. So you land on the platform. This is a really simple trick once you get the angle and the timing of the throw. You do have a limit of 6 platforms at any given time. So if I throw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now I can't put another one out until one of the others is gone. So this one will go first. As soon as it's gone, I can put another one out. And so on, and so on. Yep. So you can have 6 platforms at any given time. We are going to use platforms to jump over from over there, over to here. We're going to get Mim. And then we're going to use the platforms again to jump across over to here. If you're worried about your health at any point, you can just dive into the water to replenish and get full health. And then we come over here. We're going to go over to these crates. Hit them from as far back as possible. Remember that from way back. Hit them from as far back as possible. Jump up to here, hope for a magnet. I think I did get one, but I didn't grab it. That's fine. Okay. And it will pull in the opals from below. Always fall down and check. We're going to come across to Booney over here. Hit the log, get Booney, and then we're going to do a jump over here. There's some really weird angles you can get where you jump across. But I would just aim for the island over there. And you should be able to get across fairly easily. I'm in a good spot to just jump across. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to run across to this cog and we're going to jump into the flower. If you're feeling good, you can jump up to the warp flower petal and do a... Okay, I can't, but do a doom cancel into the cog. Don't doom cancel a second time. It's very tempting. You will potentially skip the warp and you don't want to do that. There we get Gummy. That's the final koala. We're going to not hand the koalas in yet. We'll do that later. Instead, we are going to come around to the left here. We've finished the entire lower section of Stump now, and we should have at the bottom here 54 opals. Okay, we're going to get the 55th opal, and then we're going to get the flames out and come and get this bilby. Then we're going to turn around, and there's this nice little bit of collision that we can jump up onto here, and then we can do an extended glide around to jump up to this platform quicker. Now we're going to get the dooms back out, and just jump across, collecting all the opals, following the opal path. Because we're preparing for another doom cancel, there. Then we're going to jump across, keep following the opal path all the way up. Now you're going to get the boomerangs back out in preparation because we're going to break some more crates. And when we get to the top, we're going to jump here. Make sure you jump going into this cutscene because if you don't, you'll get turned around at the end of it. If you jump into it, then you'll fall. And because you're in the falling animation out of the cutscene, your camera will not get turned. Get ready for Booney Skip. It's coming up soon. I will talk about it more in a minute. But for now, just follow with the opals, get these crates, get back on the opal path. Here we have some flat ice. There is not really a faster way of moving across this ice. You kind of get a little bit of a speed boost if you move in a certain direction, but not really, not substantial enough. We're going to break those crates, do a charge bite into them. Then we're going to hit this basket and hope for a magnet. This magnet is a really, really good one because we can grab it, get our doomerangs out, jump up to these 4 pillars, and then click and walk into the center at the same time, and it should doom cancel. Then we're going to break those crates and get the opals. We're going to come down here with multi-rangs out, if you have them. Break these crates, fight into the bilby, kill the remaining frills so they don't hit you, jump up to the cog. Okay, we're going to jump back out. Make sure you got all the opals. I missed one. There we go. That's why we do opal checks. Jump back out. And we head back onto the opal path. And now we're going to do Boonie Skip. Now the idea of Boonie Skip is that we are going to collect Boonie and the final Bilby Thunder Egg at the same time, and it will prevent us from being teleported back to the start of the Boonie area. It's kind of tricky. It's very tricky. So I'm going to teach my easier method of doing it and explain the harder method. The easier method guarantees that you don't lose time necessarily to being teleported back, but it is still slow. So ideally do the fast method, but the fast method is just, you'll see in a second. So we're going to run up to Boonie, but we're not going to get too close to him. We're going to hit him once because there's a theory that hitting him once means he resets his RNG and he will run back towards us. So we hit him and run towards him at the same time. There I missed out on him, so it's fine. He runs up this way. If he runs up this path, he's going to circle back around way further up and come down this way. We're going to ignore that. There, in that case, you would probably just collect him and then take the force teleport and come back down. So we hit him, then move towards him, and he runs down, usually to the right here, which is what we want. Okay, now he's running down to the right. We're going to follow around to the left. We're going to meet back up with him. Now, in the fast method, you would run directly into him here, and then you would run towards these cobwebs, kind of pray that the spiders don't get in your way and just hit the cobweb, and then bite into the bilby immediately after. If you fail that, if you accidentally target the spiders, etc., then you will not be able to get the skip, and then you will have to waste another 20 seconds getting back down here. So what I usually do is kill the spiders, hit the cobweb from as far back as I can, and then come back up here and run into Boonie, and then go straight to the bilby, just bite the bilby, and get the Thunder Egg that way. And then when we skip the cutscene, we stay here. So now we're going to walk off this way, okay, back on the opal line, and speak to Ken. And then we're going to come off onto the ice here and get these 3 crates. We can charge bite these. Now we're going to come back around to where Ken is, pick up on the opal path, and then jump onto the cable car as it's coming around, if there is one. If not, just wait for the next one and jump onto it. We're going to get Zoomerangs out. I'm going to shoot this first throw whenever we get a chance. This is kind of a waiting game. We just have to wait on the cable cars, but there is one section that we have to do something. So because the devs at Chrome decided to put crates on this second level here, you can see one there, we need to go and get them. But the goal is to get those crates and then jump back onto this same cable car. The way we do it is you do not want to use your Zoomerangs. You don't want to throw them before you make the jump, because then you won't be able to glide. We're going to jump and glide down to there. There should be a basket here, which if you're on magnet patch will be a magnet. If not, you know, hope for a magnet. We're going to get those crates. We're going to get back in the flower, and then there will probably be a cable car in front of you that you can jump on and jump to the cable car that we were on before. And now we're back on the same cable car that we were riding up already. Don't forget to kill the frills on your left. Make sure you kill all of them. If you forget one, you are basically killing your run. If you aim directly between these final 2 frills when they spawn in, and you throw your rangs, you can just hit both of them like that, which is really satisfying. I love doing that. When you get to the top, we're going to get the dooms back out because we're going to do another set of doom cancels. There's a lot of them all in a row. We're going to do a glide over to this platform. We get the opal and then do a doom cancel into that cog. And now we're going to glide down. Glide down following the opal path. Just 2 flutters, feather your jump so that you make it all the way down. Don't just hold glide. It's slow. It's so much slower. Just feather your jump. So we land here with Doomerangs out. We can doom cancel into this this cog and then turn around and then get your zooms out and shoot these 2 crates as far back as you can so we can get the opals early. Cool. And then we're going to glide down the final area. And then fall down to the side here. Take damage if you can. We're going to need damage. We're going to need 1 hit for the TA. The end of the TA. Now we're going to get the boomerangs out. Hit this snow pile from as far away as possible. Get the doomerangs out and do a doom cancel into the cog. I missed it. And then we're going to come over to this cog and do another doom cancel into this one. Lots of doom cancels all in a row. I'm going to get zooms back out and try and hit these crates from as far back as we can. We can charge bite in to get these opals. And we should have 300 opals. Now we're going to come over and do Ken's snowball turret mission. There is a specific spot in this mission where if you just put the snowballs and just click and hold with the right timing, you can just kill every frill as they spawn in. So we can just sit with it like this. So once the mission's finished, we just get the thunder egg and then we move on. We go back towards where Ken is. For some reason, this mission puts you way further out. Don't know why. Go back to where Ken is. Jump in the mushrooms. Ooh. And then we're going to get the dooms out while we wait. So we get through the mushrooms. We're going to get the doomerangs out. Make sure we have them out. We're going to come over to here and we're going to stand in a spot and trigger both at the same time. So we're going to stand closer to Sheila first. No, we're going to stand closer to the opal machine first. Trigger that one. And then we're going to back up a tiny bit to trigger Sheila. And we're going to throw the doomerang into the floor as we trigger Sheila. So we'll press R or interact. So press interact, turn back slightly, and throw and interact. So R, S, click, R for me. So R, S, click, R. And I didn't wait long enough. You need to wait a little bit longer for the opal machine thunder egg to fall down onto you so that you skip both of them. I did skip the Sheila thunder egg, but then the other one fell onto me and I didn't skip that one. So you need them to hit you at the same time. You want to be hit as much as possible going into the TA. If you have not been hit going into the TA, you will jump here and fall and take damage during the TA. But in this case, we have been hit. So now we just go through the TA as normal up to a certain point. When you get to the bottom, we go around this big platform in the middle. And on the other side, we need to make sure we hit a checkpoint because we're going to do a death warp to get back to the checkpoint at the end of the time attack. So we come to here and we're just going to run slightly to the right to activate that checkpoint. And then we go into the rest of the TA. And then when we get to the end, we're going to fall off of the edge. Don't jump. If you jump, the end of the TA will activate before you've hit the ground. We want to take the damage and die before we finish the TA. So we're just going to walk off the edge. Don't jump. Don't bite. Just walk off. And we take the damage. And then when we skip the cutscene, we die during the collectible animation. And we spawn here next to Ken, where we can turn in the Ken Thunder Egg mission, the cable car mission. And that should be the entirety of Black Stump. And then we can just do a cheeky little exit level and move on to Rex Marks the Spot. So we would spawn about here out of Stump. So we just jump around to the left again and go into Rex Marks, the same as we did out of Lyre. Now we're in Rex Marks. First thing you do when you get into Rex Marks is turn to the left and dive straight into the water, ignoring L entirely. We're going to go up to Rex over here. And we're going to speak to Rex and go into the most miserable mission in the entire game. It's like the turret mission, but you actually have to focus. Make sure you are shooting these tentacles as early as possible. As soon as you see one, shoot it. Thank me later. Because the amount of times I have lost a run to this specific mission purely because two tentacles overlapped. Okay, so as soon as you finish this mission, you're going to main menu and come back in. And you have two options for a strategy to get the cog up here. We'll talk about both of them in a second. Firstly, don't forget to talk to L. This is really important. If you forget to talk to L, your run is going to be in pain for a while. So speak to L. And then we're going to dive into the water over here towards this bridge. Now you have two options. I recommend that you come over here and do a dive swim here, nice and easy. And then we just take this up and you can either take it all the way up there and round up to there, and then lose the swim and jump across the remaining platforms, which is much safer. Or you can come and do a stupid trick, which kills so many runs. You come over to this wall, hug the wall, turn left so we're facing the wall, spam space up the wall until you lose swim, then turn around and try and ledge grab that platform. I have lost so many runs to this. And we do a doom cancel into that cog. And then we're going to dive into the water and get the zooms out. We want the zooms out here because zooms are really, really good for hitting crates in this level. Remember back in the very, very early point in this tutorial, I said that you want to be hitting crates from as far away as possible in almost every case. Well, Rexmarks gives you that opportunity because there are a ton of crates that you approach from really, really far away. So zooms are great. You just have to have good aim, which I don't. We're going to get 21 opals here, I believe. And then come back around and hit this crate. Grab all the opals. Jump around the island. to these crates, hit these from as far back as possible. And then we're going to jump back in the water, pick back up on the opal path, follow the opal path. Don't need to come off it for anything. I'm going to swim up onto the land. We should have 46 opals when we swim up. That seems right. You should have 49 opals when you get this first treasure chest. That's the first opal count we actually use. Okay, and now we're going to do an ice swim. Ice swims are very difficult, but there is a backup for the ones that I'm going to teach. I'm not going to teach all of them. The basic principle behind ice swims is you're going to jump, throw the rang, and dive at the same time. And you should land so that Ty kind of hits the platform and gets pushed back onto land very slightly, or blocked from going into the water. And you can connect a swim onto the platform. Now, I'm purposefully doing this in the wrong place to show you like what it looks like. But when you do it, we do it in this spot here because this is the most consistent area for us to get an ice swim. We're going to jump, throw the rang, and dive, and you might miss it. And if you miss it and the platform's in a good place, we can actually just swim underneath it and just swim really fast into it. And when it falls, when the platform falls down, we'll get pushed up onto the land and we can just carry on swimming. If you just want to practice the swim, like the line, you can use these water cubes which are dotted around. You just dive into them and then swim off out the side of it and you'll keep a swim every time. For practicing the get in the swim, we just jump, dive, and we should be able to keep a swim. This might work. Here we go. Keep a swim. We're going to take the swim up to this crate. And we're going to swim a little bit higher because we can do what is essentially like a box jump, but just by swimming a little bit higher. We have enough leeway in Rexmarks that we can swim a little bit above the ground. So we can grab the opals as if we were doing a box jump. We're going to swim down this island and collect this crate. Kind of like that. And then we're going to swim around here and collect this bilby. And then collect these two crates. Zoom around on these because they're quite far away. And then jump back in the water, heading vaguely in the direction of Aurora, which is over here. We're going to speak to Aurora, and then we're going to talk about frill boats. Frill boats are kind of RNG. You don't know where they're going to stop, but what you can do is use my method of just wait and hope. Wait and hope that they stop, and then just aim for them and hit them and blow them up. That's my method. That one, I was a bit late. That's my bad. But now this guy is waiting behind, so we'll hit him. I have noticed that if you pull out the frosties at any point, the frill boats seem more likely to stop. So we can just frosty jump over to them and then get rid of the frosties, pull out any other rang and shoot them. Zoom rangs are really good for hitting them from far away. But you can use any rang as long as it's not the frosty rang. We're going to turn around and head towards the volcano that's up here. We're just going to swim towards the volcano in that vague direction. So we're going to swim around to this smaller rock here. We're just going to swim up next to the rock and hit this crate. And then there's a bilby. And then there's one more crate. We can hit that one from far away. And then there should be one more opal that extends further around the island here. And then we turn around and we grab this opal and pick back up on the opal path. We're going to hit this crate and then we're going to do swag strats. So swag strats, we get the Doomerang out and we just walk and doom cancel into the warp flower. And after a few seconds, we'll be warped up to the cog. Completely unnecessary strategy, but your run should die if you don't get it because that's the rules. Them's the ways it breaks. Okay, we're going to come down to this cog and grab this one with the little flick turn at the end. And then we swim up back towards where we just were in this shallow area here. Up to here where there's one more opal. We get the Zoomerangs out and hit these crates. We could charge fight on those. And then we go back to the opal path. We're now going to do something called volcano jump. Hit that crate and get those opals. And this one. And then we're going to run up to this tree here. Don't worry about the water crate. That's for a trick that I'm not going to teach. We're going to run up to this tree. And you want to look for this little line of green on the ground here. And we want to be jumping at that point on the ground. Make sure to get the Doomerangs out ready for a Doom Cancel at the top. We're going to run towards the platform with the Thunder Icon. And we're going to jump at about where we hit this green section here. And then we're going to do an extended glide. And if you do a good extended glide, you should grab... You can do it from further back as well. But you should grab the edge. Sort of there. There we go. So it's between... I was slightly wrong. It's between this like green splotch here and the one before it. There we go. And then we doom cancel into the thunder egg and fall off. Pick back up on the opal path. Hit the crate. Do a box jump for that one because it comes up quite quickly. There's another box that's very easy to miss on the right here. So we'll make sure we're hitting that one. Oh my god, my aim. There we go. Grab the opal that's there that I just grabbed. And get these opals. And then we go across to these 3 crates. Now we're going to do a death abuse into the volcano. So getting out of the volcano takes too long. So we don't want to do it. And we'd end up around the other side and we'd have to come back in. So we need to run up to this dunny to make sure we activate it. And then when we're going into the volcano, we just jump on these spikes once for 1 hit. And then we jump up here. Over these spikes. These ones can hit you down super easily like that. So we don't really want to take damage on them. We just want to jump over them. And then we take damage on these spikes. I'm not going to take damage on those spikes because I already took damage on the spikes before. So we would be at 2 hits after taking damage on those. We're going to fall down here. Get your dooms out. Do a doom cancel into the cog. And then just fall into the lava. And then fall down. And wait for these sparkly things to disappear from around Ty. And walk into the lava again. And now we teleport back to outside of the volcano. We're going to get the zoomerangs out. And turn to the right. And hit this crate. And then we're going to jump in the water and swim over to this bilby. Now, there's 2 methods for getting this bilby. It's a little bit consistent method. We're going to run into this left-hand side of this platform. And you see Ty does this weird glitchy thing. Where when the tide is super low, he just... Or super high in the case of Ty because Rex Mux is weird. He does this weird glitchy walking into the pillar. As soon as that's finished, we just do a jump and a dive. A normal swim. And then we tilt up. And we just spam space at the top. And then right-click when we get to the top. Now, you can see in some cases, you'll land on the bilby, and you will jump off of the bilby. You don't want that. You want to make sure you are landing on the platform, and then you bite the bilby. That's method 1, is to do the ground swim there. Method 2 is the old method, where we put an ice platform down, kind of diagonally from this corner out, sort of there. And then we get any other rang out. Flame rang is easiest. We hit the platform, walk into it, walk up it, and then when you get to the top of it, you do a jump, an extended glide, and then you bite into the corner of this platform sort of here. And you should hit the bilby. It should pull you up to the bilby, and then you just do another bite, and you bite the bilby. So I'll do that now. We hit the platform, walk up it, do an extended glide and a bite, and we land up there. That one wasn't great. Put the platform down, hit it with the flamerang, walk up it, jump and bite at the corner, and you should stay up there. There we go. And now you can bite the bilby, and then we can turn around and move off. We're going to do another ice swim here. You can attempt the ice swim normally here by just jumping towards the water and doing a dive. If you miss it, that's fine. Just come underneath the platform and swim up underneath it. You can do this in basically any spot along the shore. It's somewhat inconsistent, but that was a good spot, so we got the swim. Then we're going to swim up to this platform and go to this side of it and just swim up it, and that skips doing geyser hop. And then we're going to dive into the water over here. Head it back over to this bit of land, and this is where we left the opal path, so we're now going back onto the opal path. So turn around, pick back up on the opal path, and then when you're at, let's say, 176 opals, we're going to turn to the right and hit this crate. And you go back in the water, get back on the opal path. We're not sure what the fastest way to do this is. And when you've got another 3 opals, you're going to turn to the right, come up and grab this crate, and then you're going to dive back into the water again, and pick back up on the opal path once more. We're going to follow the opal path up to the anchor and hit the next chest. You're going to jump onto the anchor and around up onto this platform with a good extended glide. You can make that without ledge grabbing. And you're going to glide across these platforms with your extended glides across to the cog. You're going to do a full 180, and you can either jump across the platforms or just jump down. And then you're going to jump and dive into the water underneath the anchor. So we hit that opal, get these 2 opals, swim up, grab this 1 opal, and then turn to the left. We hit this chest. And then we're going to move up onto these platforms. We're going to get the boomerang out. You do not want to be using the zoomerang for this, because if you miss, then you don't get the zoomerang back for ages and you can't make the jump. So we're going to aim for this button. We hit the button, wait for the rank to come back, and then we do a glide up to the platform and a glide down to the cog. Now you want to get your frosties out. ready to do the frosty jumps across this bit of water. Get the opal, do the frosty jump, do the frosty jump, and we just keep frosty jumping. We're going to do 3 frosty jumps. I missed my third one. That's kind of bad. Ooh. And then after the third one, we can dive into the water and swim a little bit of the rest of the way. And continuing on the opal path. We get this crate. And we carry on the opal path. We're going to get Frank. And Frank is a cog that is so unmemorable that we had to name him Frank. Everyone forgets about Frank. So we're going to make sure you don't forget about Frank. When you get this opal, turn left. It's 211. We come down to this cog. And then we turn back and we swim up. That's Frank. Please don't forget Frank. Frank will be sad. Now we're going to hit these crates. And bite and grab all the opals. Continue with the opal path. We hit this crate from as far back as we can. We get this chest. And then we're going to continue down this island to the next bilby. Here. Grab the bilby. Turn back around towards this platform in the distance. And now we're going to frosty jump over to it. Remember to count your frosty jumps. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. We've used 6 platforms. We didn't use any more, so we're safe. Dive into the water. Come straight over to this crate. And then the next crate. And then we get the frosties back out. I don't know why I ever got rid of them. And we're going to frosty jump across here. Now, there is a platform that moves across that can get in the way of the camera and force the camera to turn. So be careful of that. You just need to make sure you are counting your frosty platforms. Here I'm fine. And we're aiming for this moving platform with the cog on it. We want to be landing on this one. So you keep looking up every now and again to check where it is. Grab the cog, and then we're going to dive over towards these crates. Now at this point, your opal number should end in either a 1 or a 6. And in this case it does. It ends in a 1. It's 261, which means we're good. It means if we've missed any opals, they're in a crate. Every single crate in this level has 5 opals, all of them. It's the same for every crate in Hub 3 and most of the crates in Hub 2. Every single crate in Hub 3 has 5 opals. And by this point, you should have at the end 286. So if you've missed opals and it still ends in a 1 or a 6, then you have missed an entire crate. If you are not on an opal count ending in a 1 or a 6 by this point, then you have missed opals elsewhere and you need to go and find out where that is. And you can use magnets to try and recover that. We're going to pick back up on the opal path. We're going to swim into this opal and then immediately point down into this cog. The mines will come around you. You should be able to avoid them quickly enough if you take a good line before they blow up. And then we just follow the opal path to 294 when we come up here. We follow the opal path all the way to the chest. And then we do the final real trick of Rexmarks, where we, after getting this thunder egg, which you can probably doom cancel into, we come back over here to this wall. We're going to do a dive swim. Then we're going to take the swim over to the opal machine. We're going to activate the opal machine, but we're not going to get the thunder egg. Just activate it here. Then we're going to swim up to the left, up this wall, lose the swim at the top, grab the bilby and the bilby thunder egg. And then you can do a down bite here to fall onto this thunder egg. I didn't get the down bite, but you can do a down bite to fall onto that thunder egg. Now we're going to main menu and load back in. And you should be at the start with the time attack active. So we go into the time attack and complete this time attack. At the start, it's fairly straightforward. There is one ring that we can get without going onto the land, which is usually you wouldn't think you could. It's that one. Okay, we carry on with the rings. We come back onto land here. Jump over and get this ring. Get this ring, and then the first one here, and then we're just gonna get that one without surfacing, and then swim around the island to the other side, over here, where we will come up and grab this ring, before diving back into the water, and then going along and grabbing this one without surfacing. And then this one with the surface. Swim over to this ring, and then we get the last couple of rings. Diving into the water here. I didn't jump early enough. And then finally doing a dive into the water over here to get us to the finish line a little bit faster. Like that. A 1:19 there is a pretty good time. So after the Rexmarks CA, we're going to do an exit level, and then we go into the final section of the game, which is about 12 seconds long. So to finish out the run, if you are not on Doom route, you will have to do Fluffy. You'll have to figure out Fluffy for yourself, because I'm not going to teach the normal Fluffy route. I think Doomerow is definitely the way forwards. So now you will come up to Julius's machine over here with the Doomerangs out and go into Fluffy. Now, this trick is kind of tricky to explain, but I have now tested it and I can explain how it works. So there is an object in every single level that is just made by default by the game. You can set properties for this object, and these properties are set in Final Battle. And these properties are for an object called the end game objective. So when you throw the Doomerangs into the final, the neck of Fluffy, right? You throw the Doomerang, it goes into Fluffy's neck up here in Final Battle, and then you go into the pipe section where you have to maneuver the Doomerang through to the end, right? When it hits this, the end game objective is looked for, and it will send a message over to the game to say, hey, we need to teleport the Doomerang up to the pipe section. So go up to the pipe section. And then when you get to the end of the pipe section where we do Doom Clip, it sends another message which says, okay, we'll now send the Doomerang or activate a portal which will end the game. Right, and that's what triggers the end. And every level technically has these, but the triggers don't do anything. They're not sending these messages because they're not set up properly. However, the other thing that these triggers are set up to do is to give you the talisman for the boss. So as soon as you hit the end game objective, it will give you the talisman for the current level's hub, and then it will freeze the game in the case where there's no trigger, or it will activate the portal to end the game in the case of Final Battle. So what we do here is we're going to throw the Doomerang into Fluffy's chest, which is where 000 is, because objects by default are set to 000. Now in the practice mod, I have set the endgame objective to be at 000, so it will automatically trigger. Sorry, I've set it to trigger there we go. I've set it to trigger the portal that takes you back into Fluffy. So it will just keep you going around in Fluffy over and over again when you throw the Doomerang into Fluffy's chest. Now, what you saw the second time I did it was the cutscene for the talisman, because once you do it once, as soon as you exit level, because usually the Doomerang will just freeze in place in the center of Fluffy. So then we we menu and exit level. And as you exit level, you will get the cutscene, which would play after you get the talisman. And now if we check our game info, we go up, we have all 5 talismans. So it will give you the talisman for Fluffy. The only Thunder Egg we didn't get was Levers in Lyre because it's broken on practice mod. So that is 100%. That's it. Honestly, that's it. That's the entire game.